Good morning, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and dear participants. On behalf of Department of Anthropology at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, I'm delighted to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the 54th Annual Conference of the Indian Anthropological Society. This year, we gather under the visionary theme Global Perspectives in Anthropology, Cultivating Sustainability, Equity, and Progress. Today marks a significant occasion as we explore the transformative role of anthropology in addressing some of the most pressing global challenges of our time. As we open this inaugural session, let me reflect on the ancient wisdom Asto ma sadgamaya, tamso ma jyotirgamaya. Lead me from untruth to truth, from darkness to light, with the spirit of enlightenment and shared knowledge. I welcome you all and wish for an enriching and impactful conference ahead. As we move forward, it is my pleasure to introduce and invite the convener of the prestigious 54th Annual Conference of the Indian Anthropological Society, Professor Rumi Deb, to formally welcome you all and share her insights on the important gathering. Professor Rumi Deb is head of the Department of Anthropology in Amity Institute of Social Sciences at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Deb has completed 7 projects and one is ongoing from major research institutions like Indian Council of Medical Research, Indian Council of Social Science Research, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. She has published more than 60 research papers in reputed international and national journals. Over 27 years of her research experience, her specialization ranges from biosocial anthropology, women's studies, adolescent studies, demography, maternal and child health, reproductive health, public health, and population genetics. Professor Deb is a peer reviewer of various international and national journals. Professor Deb has organized numerous national conferences, seminars, workshops, and professional development programs as a convener and organizing secretary. I welcome you, ma'am, to the dais.
Namaskar and good morning to all. And thank you, Tarun, for such an elaborate introduction, which I actually maybe not, it was not required. But I welcome all of you today. And it's a privilege for me to stand before you this morning for a very, very important occasion, the 54th Annual Conference of Indian Anthropological Society. On behalf of our Honorable Founder President, sir, our Honorable Chancellor, sir, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam, the Director, Madam, Professor Nirupama Prakash, and the entire Amity fraternity, I welcome each one of you into this conference. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome our guest of honor today, Srimati Uma Nanduri Madam, who is the Joint Secretary of Ministry of Culture. Ma'am, we are very honored to have you here. The second guest of honor today is Professor B.V. Sharma, who is the Director of Anthropological Survey of India. And sir, we are very immense glad, sir, you could spare your time and come here and be a part of this important program. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. I welcome the keynote speaker of today, Professor P.C. Joshi, former Vice Chancellor of University of Delhi and the former head and professor of Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. Sir, we welcome you, sir. We are glad to have a very young anthropologist, but a very renowned anthropologist who would be speaking for the SS Memorial Lecture, and he is no other than Professor Keval Kishan. I don't know where is sir. Professor Keval Kishan, sir, thank you so much for being here, and he would be giving the SS Memorial Lecture today, which is an important event of the Indian Anthropological Society. It's one of the important events. And I am very happy to announce this, which I got to hear, that this is the first Indian Anthropological Society conference which is happening in the northern part of the country. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I've heard that, and I'm very happy to host this. And for this, I'm very glad that, and I'm grateful to our honorable founder president, sir, and all the entire Amity family for providing us with a good platform to conduct this event successfully. Today's event, the 54th annual conference, and it is on a very, very important topic, that is the global perspectives or in anthropology, and we are targeting the, the progress, equity, and progress and sustainability. So I think when we prepared this proposal, we kept in mind that what we should do, and we considered all the SDG goals. We tried our level best to keep all the SDG goals, the 17 SDG goals, aligned with the proposal of our conference. Because today it's one of the most important component, and I see when we are receiving the abstract, we have received more than 170 abstract, and it is mostly catering from anthropology. And besides that, we have got from many of the allied sciences, right from public health, microbiology, biotechnology, sociology, political science, history. So it itself shows that we have covered all the SDG goals which were mentioned in the SDG. And the other thing, we also tried to keep it aligned with the Viksit Bharat 2047. The Viksit Bharat 2047 is another important thing for our country, which we are thinking of a developed nation up next in the 100 years, when we would be celebrating our 100 years. So aligning with SDG goals, aligning with Viksit Bharat, we have come up with this program. I'm so happy to say that an Indian Anthropological Society trusted upon us to give us this opportunity to organize this event. And I'm so again more happy to tell you about this, that my organizing team, the core team of Amity University, the young minds of Amity University, who has worked day in and day out to make this event happen. And I am sure with their capability, we are going to make this event a success, a very successful event. I'm thankful to all the members who have come all the way from Kolkata of the Indian Anthropological Society to help us organize this event. Thank you, everyone. And lastly, I think today's lecture, this next 2 days deliberations, would really help us to come up with some conclusion where we can draw and bring forward. Firstly, I would say we would speak of anthropology and how anthropology is contributing to the development of the society, because being an anthropologist, being an academician, we face a lot of challenges. We face a lot of challenges in the sense when we talk to people, many people do not recognize the subject or they do not know the subject. So we would like, through this conference, we should bring forward our subject, and through Indian Anthropological Society and other societies of the country which is dealing with the anthropology, we should highlight the importance of our subject, and we should bring together much more solutions which we can do in a very good way, understanding the grassroots level and contribute to the development of the society. With this, I urge everybody to have a intense discussion in this event, and bring the outcome should be something where we can bring something for the development of the country, where it's the need of the day. And many of the young participants are there. So I think we are many of the young India is being a part of our event. So please, all my dear students, you should interact with the senior people who are known for anthropology, who are known for the other allied sciences, and bring out something which will help you to move forward. With this, I thank everybody for being here with us. Special thanks to Uma Nanduri ma'am. And I should not forget one person here is my dear friend, Professor K.N. Saraswati. Saraswati, I'm always grateful to you. I'm humble to you because of your coordination, because of your support. Ma'am is here today. And I thank you, ma'am, because of you. Maybe the whole thing is happening. The guest of honor, B.V. Sharma sir, is also here today. All of you together, you are here, and I'm so thankful to you. Thank you, Professor Saraswati, for always being with us and personally me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for setting up the stage for this conference with your wonderful address. Now, to mark the auspicious beginning of this prestigious conference, we now proceed to the ceremonial lamp lighting, a tradition that signifies the dispelling of darkness and the welcoming of knowledge and enlightenment. So, I would request to invite all our esteemed dignitaries, our guest of honors, Srimati Uma Nanduri and Professor B.V. Sharma, Professor P.C. Joshi, Professor Nirupma Prakash, all the distinguished members of Indian Anthropological Society, Professor Subir Biswas, Professor Barun Mukhopadhyay, Professor Arup Ratan Bandyopadhyay, Professor Rumi Dev, Professor K. N. Saraswati, Professor Keval Kishan to please come forward to join us for the lamp lighting. As we light the lamp, we invoke the blessing of Goddess Saraswati, the embodiment of wisdom, knowledge, and arts. Let us now begin the ceremony with the Saraswati Vandana. Now we are ready to celebrate the auspicious beginning of the program with a graceful performance. I invite the talented students to present a special inaugural dance that embodies the spirit of cultural heritage.
गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि
Let's give a big round of applause for the captivating and mesmerizing performance by our talented students. They have truly set the stage for a wonderful and inspiring day ahead. And now it is my honor to invite our esteemed dignitaries to the stage. Please join me in welcoming our guest of honor, Srimati Uma Nanduri ma'am, Professor B.V. Sharma, Professor P.C. Joshi, Professor Nirupma Prakash, Professor Barun Mukhopadhyay, Professor Rumi Dev, Professor K.N. Saraswati.
Good start. That's अच्छा.
Ma'am, please come to the stage, please. Saraswati ma'am.
Are you comfortable? Please.
Thank you for taking your seats, esteemed dignitaries. Your presence adds immense value to our conference. Now, I would request the convener of the event, Professor Rumi Dev, to welcome our guest of honor, Srimati Uma Nanduri, with a Tulsi sapling.
I think I have to welcome ma'am. Thank you.
Now, I humbly request Professor Nirupma Prakash to please welcome our another guest of honor, Professor B.V. Sharma, with a Tulsi sapling. I again request ma'am, Professor Nirupma Prakash, to welcome Professor P.C. Joshi with a Tulsi sapling. Now I request Professor Rumi Dev to honor Professor Nirupma Prakash with a Tulsi sapling. I again request Professor Rumi Dev to honor Professor Barun Mukhopadhyay with a Tulsi sapling.
No problem. Same thing.
I again request Professor Rumi Dev to honor Professor K. N. Saraswati ma'am with the Tulsi sapling. Now, as we go ahead, it is my pleasure to invite Professor Nirupma Prakash, the esteemed director of the Amity Institute of Social Sciences, to the stage for her opening remarks. Professor Nirupma Prakash is the director of Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. She is a distinguished sociologist. Professor Prakash has held key positions at BITS Pilani, including Chief of the Women's Studies and Societal Development Unit and founder director of the UGC Center for Women's Studies. She has also taught at prestigious institutions such as George Washington University, University at Buffalo, and the University of Maryland, USA. Her postdoctoral work in medical sociology was completed at Hartshill Medical Institute, UK, with expertise in sociology, gender studies, and health systems. She is a prolific researcher and currently works on research projects funded by national and international agencies. Please, ma'am, I welcome you to the dais to address our gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Darul. First of all, our gratitude to Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our very dynamic Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, and our respected Vice Chancellor Madam Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla for giving us, encouraging us, motivating us, and providing us with such an important platform where we have galaxy of distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, and very dear students and faculty. So it is my proud privilege to stand before you as the chair of the 54th Annual Conference of the Indian Anthropological Society, a gathering that brings together some of the brightest minds in the field of anthropology under the compelling theme of global perspectives in anthropology, cultivating sustainability, equity, and progress. I want to take a moment to congratulate the convener of the conference, Professor Rumi Dey, and the entire organizing team for their exceptional efforts in bringing this event to reality. Your hard work, dedication, and meticulous planning are evident in every aspect of this conference. Thank you for creating a platform that fosters dialogue and collaboration among scholars from diverse backgrounds. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Amity University and Indian Anthropological Society for the vision and trust in making the conference a reality. The collaboration between these two esteemed institutions highlights the importance of the discipline in addressing the urgent challenges facing humanity today. As we embark on the journey over the next 2 days, I encourage you to take full advantage of the unique opportunity we have here, an opportunity to engage in rich, meaningful dialogue and exchange of ideas across a wide spectrum of anthropological topics. The diversity of perspectives present in this room and virtually through our hybrid session represents the very essence of anthropology. So also the multidisciplinarity, a lot of students would really, benefit from this. The theme of the conference emphasizes on the keyword sustainability, equity, and progress, which requires us to think deeply and critically about the interconnectedness of our work. In the context of the global challenges we face, from climate change to inequality to technological disruptions, it is essential that we approach these issues not in isolation, but through collaborative interdisciplinary discussions. Each of you, as scholars, researchers, and practitioners, bring unique insights that will contribute to the shared scope. I further encourage you to participate actively, ask questions, offer new perspectives, engage in thoughtful debates. This is your platform to explore the intersections between anthropology and the broader social, political, and environmental issues that shape our world today. I would like to conclude by thanking each one of you for being here and contributing to the success of this conference. Your participation makes the event a vibrant space for intellectual growth and collaboration. Let us all embrace this opportunity to engage in dialogue that not only advances our field, but also fosters solutions that can make a real difference in our world. I wish you all a productive and insightful conference. Thank you, and let's make most of the discussion. Thank you and all the best. Give ma'am, give ma'am.
Thank you for your delightful address, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite and introduce Professor Barun Mukhopadhyay, Research Director, Indian Anthropological Society, Kolkata, and Professor, Biological Anthropology Unit, Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata, West Bengal. I'll invite Sir for giving a brief introduction of the 54th Annual Conference of the Indian Anthropological Society. Professor Mukhopadhyay is a Research Director at Indian Anthropological Society. He is a retired Professor of Biological Anthropology at Indian Statistical Institute in Kolkata. Professor Mukhopadhyay, other major research areas are the biocultural dimension of aging, ethnobiology, and bioethics. He has conducted several research projects on the topic and has several publications in international and national journals, including edited volumes. Professor Mukhopadhyay also served as one of the associate editors of the Journal of the Indian Anthropological Society. I welcome again, sir, to introduce the event.
Good morning, everybody. Greetings from Calcutta or Kolkata. It's at the outset, I must say that we are privileged to have blessings and encouraging words from Dr. Ashok Chauhan, founder president of Amity University, who will be joining virtually later. Our also Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Valvendra Shukla, Professor Nirupama Prakash ji, Director, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Professor Robi Deb, Head Department of Anthropology, Amity University, Professor P.C. Joshi, former Vice Chancellor, Delhi University and former Head Delhi University, Department of Anthropology, Professor Uma Nanduri ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Our guest of honor again, Professor B.V. Sharma, Director, Anthropological Survey of India. And our distinguished colleagues, senior colleagues, as well as junior anthropologists, and our colleagues from different disciplines of human sciences, our delegates from many different states of our country, our students, ladies and gentlemen. It's my proud privilege to welcome you all in the inaugural session of the 54th Annual Conference of the Indian Anthropological Society. This society is the maiden professional body of anthropologists in India that was established in Kolkata as a registered society in 1958. Although precursor to this society was Anthropology Club, as established by Sir Ashutosh Mukherjee in 1921, and the Department of Anthropology, the maiden anthropology department in this country, was established in his behest in 1920. Thus, the teaching of anthropology in India has completed more than 100 years. Now, fact of the matter is, so far, Indian Anthropological Society has organized 53 annual conferences on many different relevant themes of anthropology, cross-cutting both theoretical and applied aspects. And this time, the theme is Global Perspectives in Anthropology, Cultivating Sustainability, Equity and Progress. Needless to say that the contribution of anthropology in examining the issues pertaining to sustainability, equity and progress in relation to human existence, development and well-being at global through local level will be an important endeavor to accomplish. It's high time to delve deep into these issues and coming out with solutions in this uncertain time. The Indian Anthropological Society regularly organizes academic meetings of various sort, and it has as its organ a journal called Journal of the Indian Anthropological Society, which started publishing in 1967, and it is one of the peer-reviewed journals and the UGC care-listed journal. And I think those younger people should come forward to publish in this particular journal. Now, although we have made our conferences, organized our conferences in many different places in the country, but this is our first appearance in the northern part of this country, as has already been said by the organizing secretary. It's our privilege to be here at the Amity, that the head are the faculty members and the students, research scholars of the Department of Anthropology in one hand, and the faculty of AISS on the other, have given enormous effort to organize this conference and this two-day conference, so that we can nurture our ideas based on the themes and come forward with some solutions. This two-day conference is being supported by a large number of academic scholars, especially younger ones. Our motto was to accommodate as many as possible of them. We are very, very grateful to Professor P.C. Joshi, a very popular personality in Indian anthropology, and who happily consented to deliver the keynote address. He is, in fact, did not have any option, I believe, but to agree to our proposal, and that is Professor P.C. Joshi. We owe our gratitude to Professor Keval Kishan, who has readily agreed to deliver the 20th Shashank Shekhar Sarkar Memorial Lecture this year. It's a great event of the Indian Anthropological Society, held in its each annual conference. Dr. Sarkar was a legendary anthropologist who developed Indian anthropology, as a matter of fact, to a great extent in one hand, and also had a very big role to play in establishing this particular professional body of anthropologists. And of course, who had a profound international fame. Our speaker today, Professor Keval Kishan, is also, though young, but very old in the sense of his knowledge, in biological vis-a-vis forensic anthropology, and is an internationally reputed anthropologist. Our fraternity is really proud of him. This year we have a packed program of academic deliberations that include, of course, a memorial lecture, some invited and contributory presentations. And of course, we do not have much time for any kind of recreation in this conference, though devotional song and dance was the beginning of the inaugural session. Our valedictory will also be very interesting because we have Professor K.K. Basa, Chairman, National Monument Authority, will be giving valedictory address. And of course, we'll be having also Professor S.M. Patnaik there to deliver a talk too. I'm sure academic events will be very interesting, thought-provoking, and will provide opportunities for our charting our further academic programs that make sense and remain socially relevant, justifying the theme of this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your introductory address. Now I take this opportunity to invite very dynamic and loved Professor P.C. Joshi, President of Society for Indian Medical Anthropology and former Vice Chancellor, University of Delhi, to deliver keynote address of the conference. Professor Joshi is as I told you, President of the Indian Medical Anthropology, former Vice Chancellor, University of Delhi. He has held leadership roles in anthropology departments across various institutions. Professor Joshi has been actively involved in international projects. His uh, accolades includes the Indira Priyadarshini Vikramitra National Award recognition at the France-India Meet on Psychiatry and Appreciation Award from institutions in the Philippines and Indonesia for his disaster research. Professor Joshi is a member of several advisory boards, including UGC SAP and the Department of Biotechnology, and has organized numerous conferences globally. His research focuses on medical anthropology, traditional medicine, shamanism, disaster impact, lifestyle diseases, and antibiotic resistance. Now, without further delay, I invite sir for his keynote address.
Most respected Mrs. Uma Nanduri ji, guest of honor for today's function, Professor B.V. Sharma ji, Director, Anthropological Survey of India, Professor K.N. Saraswati ji, Professor Sudha Prakash, President of Indian Anthropological Society, my dear friend, Professor Varun Mukhopadhyay, and of course, the pivot for this event, Professor Rumi Dev, and of course, many dignitaries who are sitting off the dais. First of all, I would like to congratulate MIT University, Department of Anthropology and Faculty of Social Sciences for wonderfully organizing this great event. And this is an historical event, as Professor Varun Mukhopadhyay said, that it is for the first time that Indian Anthropological Society has come to North India. Now, incidentally, Indian Anthropological Society is the oldest body of anthropology, professional anthropologists. There are so many other societies, so many other associations, including Indian Anthropological Association, INCA, UIF, which have come much, much after Indian Anthropological Society. And what is most important about the contribution of Indian Anthropological Society is that it is publishing one of the finest academic journal, that is Journal of Indian Anthropological Society, which is actually now, which has now gained international recognition. So I again congratulate MIT University to collaborate with such a important academic society. Now, we are going to talk about global perspective in anthropology. Before I do that, I must tell you that India's Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, was once asked in an interview that if she would not have become a politician, what would she be doing? And she said, I would be actually pursuing anthropology. So therefore, what I am trying to say is that anthropology, and particularly, you must know that the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, the recent Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, she is also a social anthropologist. So it is really a matter of triumph for social anthropology and anthropology today. Now, what is the global perspective in anthropology? I must tell you that global perspective in anthropology, because we are actually talking this in relation to Viksit Bharat. So the global perspective in anthropology is the global perspective of India. There is not much difference between the global perspective of India and global perspective of anthropology. I'll tell you how. Now, there was this ambassador of China to America, who I think later became the president of Peking University as well, Yu Xing. And he has been known to say that India has been conquering China for centuries together without ever sending any soldier. That is the power. That is the power of India, that without ever sending any soldier, India had conquered not only China, India conquered Japan, India conquered Korea, India conquered the entire Central Asia to Southeast Asia. You go to Jakarta, which is a capital city of Indonesia, which is a Muslim country. And you know what is the prize? Like we have India Gate, what is the most prized mural that they have? It is Krishna and Arjuna. Similarly, if you go to Saranbhumi in Thailand, you will see this mural, the Samudra Manthan. You know, I was talking to Govind Mohanji one day when we were having a meeting. So I said, I do not see Samudra Manthan in India, but I see Samudra Manthan in Thailand. He said, no, now we are having Samudra Manthan in the new parliament building. So that is good. But much before India celebrated Samudra Manthan, I think Thailand was celebrating it. And we never conquered Thailand. So, what is that special which is common to India and common to anthropology? I think it is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, Vasudha Eva Kutumbakam, this whole earth is a family. Now, when we say the whole earth is a family, we sometimes think that all the human beings living on the earth are a family. I think we are mistaken. That is not the correct meaning of Vasudha Eva Kutumbakam. Vasudha is not only human beings. Vasudha means everything that is included on the earth. That is all the plants, all the animals, all the living beings, as well as which are non-living beings. The mountains, the rivers, the oceans, they are all a family. When they are all a family, the mantra of sustainability comes. When they are all a family, then human beings are not supreme. Then there is no question of Anthropocene, where we think that we are the masters of the globe and everything else is subservient to us. So if you are rich, then all the poor people are subservient to us. If you are human beings, all the non-human are subservient to us. And then let us ruthlessly exploit all the natural resources, all the plants, all the trees, all the fuel resources, and become bankrupt. We are now at the verge of becoming bankrupt because of our greed, because we have been unsustainable. We have not been following the mantra of Vasudha Eva Kutumbakam. We have been perhaps thinking that human beings is supreme. Human being is supreme, human being is Lord, human being is monsters, and therefore this master has the right to ruthlessly exploit. But I think anthropology from the very beginning has been a subject which was studying these alternative lifestyles. From the very beginning, now we are going for alternative lifestyle. That is when we are trying to reach a sustainability, we are talking of people are now becoming, vegan. So whenever Indians go outside India and they eat meat or they are non-vegetarian, people wonder, you are from India and you are non-vegetarian? We thought India is a vegetarian country, that is the kind of impression That is the kind of change in the lifestyle that the world is now going through. So we have what is called as vegan diet. Now, vegan diet is a very, very, like I think coterminous with sustainability, because vegan diet, we are not even consuming the milk of the animals. So we are not at all touching them. We are becoming very, very, I think, uh, very, very, ahimsak. That is the kind of thing that India has taught to the world. So this is where now anthropology, when it started as a subject, of course, it is a subject which is known for understanding, for investigating, and for researching alternative lifestyles. But we are primarily labeled as people who study the tribal society, people who study the pre-literate society, people who study the societies which are away from the civilization, and that was the label which was going on with anthropology for a very long time. And our friend sociologists, they used to, it's some kind of a division of labor was existing, that anthropologists study the, pre-literate societies and sociologists study the civilizational kind of milieus. But I think that is not correct. Anthropology is not trained to study the tribal societies alone. Anthropology is a subject which wants to understand human beings in its totality. And when we say human beings in totality, then industrial human, urbanized human, civilized human, and also other human, other cultures. That was a very popular kind of a label that anthropologists had been using, that we study other cultures. In fact, there was a textbook in anthropology by John Beatty, which is called Other Cultures. So other cultures means alternative cultures, alternative to the so-called civilizational cultures. And what did we learn? Now today, that knowledge, that kind of insight that anthropologists had acquired out of the study of people in Trobriand Island, people in Andaman Nicobar, people in Australian forest and desert, people in Congo, people in Latin America. The insight that we have is very much insight which is sustainable lifestyle. And this sustainable lifestyle is a lesson that we are learning. Not only we are learning, we are also adopting that lesson. Now, I'll just give one example to you, and that is that sometimes we think that being sustainable is not profitable. So we link sustainability with money, with business. So sustainability means lack of business. Sustainability means lack of finance. I think that is not true. And I'll give you one example. The example is from Delhi. In Delhi, you have 7 biodiversity parks. Now, I don't know whether you've heard of these biodiversity parks, but this is a very unique collaboration between Delhi Development Authority and the University of Delhi. University of Delhi and Delhi Development Authorities has since 2002, and it was inaugurated by the then Deputy Prime Minister, Advani ji, Lal Krishna Advani ji, he inaugurated it. Now there are 7 such biodiversity parks. Yamuna Biodiversity Park, you have Aravali near Jeni, you have Aravali Biodiversity Park, you have Neela Hawath, you have Kalandi, you have Tilpat Biodiversity Park, you have Kamla Nehru Biodiversity Park. So there are these 7 different parks that we have. Now, these parks, there is a budget of around 10 crore per year for these 7 parks. And 10 crore sometimes means that it's a wastage, because what are they doing? But they are planting, these trees and, having some kind of water bodies and having some butterflies here and there. But all these parks have been created out of degraded land of Delhi. Degraded land near Yamuna, degraded land near JNU, which is called Aravali Biodiversity Park, where there was a mining area, it was mining pits were there, which was again a very barren kind of land, and they created that. So now what happened after? It is now nearly 22 years that this park has come into existence. And now what has come? Now, nearly 10 years ago, there was this hog deer. Hog deer is a species of animal which was extinct from Delhi. It was sighted last around 1800 something by some Britishers. And after that, it was not sighted in Delhi. It is because of the biodiversity park that we were able to spot hog deers. Secondly, we had leopard coming to very near to Delhi University, sir, and because it came through that corridor of biodiversity parks. But then we wanted to do, because DDA was trying to tell us that so much of money is being used. So we tried to look at the ecosystem service cost. What is the monetary value of the ecosystem services that it is providing? So it is providing you oxygen, it is providing you water is being like absorbed there. So all kinds of ecosystem services are being provided by these biodiversity parks. So we got examination by Delhi University. There is a finance department in South Campus. So we asked them to do this calculations, monetary calculations for one of the 7, that is Aravali Biodiversity Park. And we learned that every year, to the tune of nearly 300 crores are generated by one biodiversity park. So we are investing 10 crores for 7 biodiversity parks, and from one biodiversity park we are getting around 300 crores of return. So therefore, what I am trying to say is that sometimes we think that alternative lifestyles, that sustainable living, sustainable methods are methods which are costly. No, they are profitable. Only is that we need to change our mindset. Now you're eating all kinds of food, and this is giving you all kinds of diseases. I don't have to tell you about what is the impact of the kind of food that we are eating. Now you are going to alternative food. This alternative food is safe for you. This alternative food will not have adverse effect on the body, which in turn would mean that it will save you from all kinds of medical expenses that you are going to. So, like if you calculate living by sustainability, it will be always beneficial for the society, beneficial for the human, but also it will be profitable. Only thing is you have to rightly calculate, because the costs are not properly calculated. So finally, because I have been given 10 minutes and I don't know how much time I have taken. So finally, I would like to say that this particular event that has been organized in MIT University is it's a landmark event for the anthropology proper. I would request Professor Varun Mukhopadhyay that good papers, especially one is by Professor Keval Kisil. This is the SS Sarkar Memorial Lecture. But other lectures, some of the selected and good articles which come out of this conference, they should be published as a special issue of Journal of Indian Anthropological Society. With these words, I am grateful to MIT University for giving me this opportunity, and thank you all of you.
Thank you very much, sir, for enriching the gathering with your talk. Now, it's my pleasure to invite our guest of honor, Professor B.V. Sharma, to address our gathering. Professor B.V. Sharma is the director of the Anthropological Survey of India and Director General of the Raja Ram Mohan Roy Library Foundation under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He has over 3 decades of experience in academia and administration. Professor Sharma has served as a professor at the University of Hyderabad and held various leadership roles, including Director of the Center for Integrated Studies and Head of the Department of Anthropology. His research focuses on health and illness, ethnomedicine, and indigenous communities. Professor Sharma also held various positions as the Dean of Student Welfare and Coordinator of the Alumni and NSS cells at the University of Hyderabad. He has worked in the Andhra Pradesh Study Circle, holding key roles such as Administrative Officer and Deputy Director. Without further delay, I would invite Sir to please address our gathering.
Very good morning to. Am I audible? Okay. A very good morning to all. Madam Uma Nanduri Ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture. My well-wisher and senior anthropologist, Professor P.C. Joshi, who just delivered the keynote address for this very important conference. And Dr. Varun Mukhopadhyay, who is the president of this society. Professor Saraswati, good friend of mine from Delhi University, and the organizers of this Congress, and my senior colleagues who are of the dais, and all. Well, I'm here to play a very symbolic role, I suppose. Being the director of Anthropological Survey of India, I'm involved in this inaugural function. And the role that I'm asked to play is the guest of honor, which to me looks like a symbolic role. But then, for me, it is very important because it's an opportunity to tell about the organization that I'm coming from, and also to tell about my own perspectives, ideas about anthropological research today. Okay, and the kind of public image about anthropological research, and more particularly the image of the government with regard to the relevance of anthropological research to the contemporary society. So I feel that it's a great opportunity given to me by the organizers, and I thank them for this opportunity. Well, Professor Joshiji has already talked about the theme of the Congress. He has definitely talked about the global perspective of anthropology. And of course, he talked about the grand perspective of anthropology today and its relevance. He talked about misconceptions about anthropology in general, and he particularly talked about the kind of feeling that anthropology is about the so-called non-literate societies and all. And of course, he talked about, thank you, the relevance of anthropology in regard to learning about alternative lives, and of course, everything about concerning this particular theme of this particular Congress. So thank you for all that. It's a great, I would say that it is great learning for me also. Well, conferences of anthropology are a great opportunity for all of us to have a retrospect about the subject. Senior people as well as juniors who have just joined anthropology also talk about the opportunities of placement and the status of anthropology in general in this particular country and all. Well, this retrospect is very relevant, and many times we are also discouraged about the way things are happening in this country in terms of the decreasing size of faculty in different departments, and also decreasing size of students in many universities. But at the same time, we also feel that anthropology has a great potential, as Professor Joshi was saying, that it has a great potential to involve in many interdisciplinary research and also participate in interdisciplinary programs in different ways. Well, I would, from my own experience of serving Anthropological Survey of India for some time now, about a year, I just completed 1 year. I would say that the status is not that bad, and it has come to my understanding based on an examination that we just completed in last 2 days. We had an entrance examination conducted for recruiting junior research fellows, senior research fellows, and postdoctoral fellows. And we had 500 applications. 500 applications from all over India. This itself shows the popularity of anthropology today. Though we have only 35 departments all over the India, so many are studying, so many are interested to actually make a career in anthropology. Something gave me a great satisfaction. Well, now if I have to say something about my own perspectives about relevance of anthropology today, or the kind of anthropological research that may be needed for the country today, primarily based on my experience of serving Anthropological Survey of India as director for 1 year. Well, we will have to make anthropology more and more relevant. It means that applied anthropology or action anthropology or development anthropology or engaged anthropology, whatever name you give, it has to be really be given more priority. It doesn't mean that we will ignore the theory or ignore the kind of other aspects which are more important to the discipline as such. It's not that we don't have theory in applied anthropology or action anthropology also. We should make it more relevant, and we should make more responsible research, I would say. More responsible research. From Anthropological Survey of India, at least I can see, the kind of research projects that we have initiated in the last 1 year or so are definitely tuned to this kind of thing. Make it very relevant, very interdisciplinary, very, very, very important. The kind of research project that we have initiated, it is on gut microbiome among the particularly vulnerable tribal communities. We have completed 6 groups last year, and this year already we have collected samples from another 7, and probably 4 will be completed in another 1 month or so. And this research is being done in collaboration with a number of institutions which are showing interest in this area of research. We are collaborating with University of Hyderabad. The bioinformatics part particularly is being taken care of. Anthropological Survey of India would be interested in the initial phases of this research in terms of its taxonomic and functional analysis of bacterial diversities and all, and subsequently the metadata analysis and all will be carried by the University of Hyderabad. But that is not all. That's not all. This particular research is now being linked to the ancient DNA interests by the Benares Hindu University group. It is also being taken, a collaboration is being made with Institute of Life Sciences in Bhubaneswar, and similarly with CCMB and CDFT, in order to see that the kind of research that we have initiated actually is fully utilized. The full potential of the initial initiative that we have taken is achieved, say, in a quick time of 1 year. And all of us know what kinds of implications this particular research will have for the health and health policy and programs in general to the population of India, and more particularly to the tribal communities in India. We are trying to make that way this research more and more relevant to the contemporary populations, not just to the tribal communities, though of course the focus is on the tribal communities. Well, we are going to initiate another important project, which is actually a kind of epidemiological study It is in the Vidarbha region, we wanted to do a kind of how the agricultural practices have changed over a period of 50 years and what are the implications of this changing agricultural practices and the disease profile of the communities. And this is actually based on a slight clue that we got from the practicing physicians and practicing surgeons in this area that a kidney disease with unknown etiology, CKD, is becoming a major issue in these tribal areas. So we are trying to link up with the changing agricultural practices and also with the occupational health issues and all with this community. So I'm sure this research will also have many practical kinds of implications. In the areas of social and cultural anthropology, definitely we have changed our perspective. We were involving for a long time on the ethnographic reports of various communities and more particularly to the tribal communities. But the first project that we have initiated, after I joined as director, was on the livestock markets all over India. We know that these livestock markets have been existing in India all over the country, and even today they are there. So the question that we have raised is, how are these rural economic institutions important even today? The question of sustainability of an economic institution was the central focus. How have they sustained? How are they proving themselves to be important even today when we have seen so many changes? We have seen changes in the transport sector. We have seen changes in the digital technologies and all. And how did these rural markets absorb all these kinds of changes which have come in different areas and proving themselves to be relevant in the rural areas for the farmers or to the others? What kinds of opportunity? I'm of the opinion that this particular project is important in a broader way as to understand the sustainability of the institution. It's not just livestock markets in an area, but more importantly, how you please also make note that these livestock markets function all over India, and what is that which is common to all these markets which is making sustainable? What is those core Indian values which are making these institutions sustainable? It's an economic institution, and economic institutions are guided by the cultural norms and cultural practices. What are those core Indian cultural value systems or core morals, ethics, and kinds of things which actually makes this economically sustainable? It's very interesting to see. It's a market area. There are interests for different people. Disputes are bound to happen, but there are also dispute resolution mechanisms in place, and that's how they have been continuing. I'm not giving a summary of this study right now, but I'm just saying that we have addressed to this issue of what is that which makes these institutions sustainable, and we are trying a policy, a kind of thing paper to the Ministry of Animal Husbandry. And I think what my point in saying this is that we will have to make ourselves relevant, more relevant, choosing the research areas in such a way that it is useful for the policy of different ministries and different departments, and so that we are recognized. We are recognized more and more, and so our research gets more and more focused to certain areas and kind of thing. I can give more examples, but I thought I will give this example and let you know that it is possible to make anthropology more and more relevant. This is the need of the hour. We should be doing it, not just for the sake of placements of our students in different departments, but it is the need, it is like fulfilling a very important responsibility for the government from the perspective of discipline. I think I don't have much time. Also, there are many people to speak. So let me close this. And again, once again, I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. And I will be glad to share anything more than what I said here with all of you individually in groups as we spend some time later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Again, with folded hands and greatest humility, I would like to now invite our guest of honor, Srimati Uma Nanduri ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, New Delhi, to grace the session with a talk. Let me introduce the ma'am. So, Srimati Uma Nanduri is the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. She joined the Indian Forest Service in 1993 with her cadre from Odisha. She has served various leadership roles across sectors. She was the additional principal chief conservator of forest, nodal officer in Odisha, and held key roles in forest and environmental departments, including CEO of the Odisha Mineral Bearing Area Development Corporation, OMBADC, and the Compensatory Afforestation Fund Management Authority, CAMPA. Dr. Nanduri also served as Chief Vigilance Officer at the National Projects Construction Corporation Limited and as Director in the Ministry of Defense. Please, ma'am, I welcome you with folded hands.
Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Thank you, Romi madam, for having me here today. And I am honored. And I worked in the last 3 years in the Ministry of Culture as the Joint Secretary looking after Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and lots of commemorations. And I am very happy to record today that Amity has done lots of works for the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and it has done an inspiring job for the country. And I would also like to say thanks to Dr. Professor B.V. Sharma ji, Director ASI, who has come on my request to this conference. And I would like to acknowledge the presence of Professor P.C. Joshi, Professor Keval Kishan, Nirupama madam, and Professor Barun Mukhopadhyay ji for having me here. And it's very bache. I also have a daughter like you who just completed her MBBS from Barampur Medical College. And whenever I talk to her on phone, some of the days she is very excited. I ask her, Mama, why are you so excited today? She says, Mama, we have a medical conference today. Then I ask her, okay, so many senior professors come, you are a student. Why are you interested in listening to that boring lectures? She says, no, that is not the case. First, I get an opportunity to skip our classes. Second, I get opportunity to have a good food, because in the hostel you don't get good food. So these are the two things. By looking at you attending the conference, I remembered that and I thought of sharing with you. And it's very happy to know that you have received around 170 papers, abstracts covering, and you have covered almost all the SDG goals. I am seeing your themes also. You are working in whole lot of projects starting from health, indigenous knowledge, Viksit Bharat, tourism, technology and innovations. And so these are some of the topics which are interesting for us. I just wanted to say 3 things. One is that you should all work not in silos but in groups. This is true for everyone. This is a great experience I have learned in the last 3 years. Initially, when we started looking at, we thought, okay, Ministry of Culture will do some activities, some things. But when we started really working with the other ministries, whole of a government approach, whole of a society approach, then we realized the working as a person, working as a group, it makes a huge difference. Just think of it. One, I will tell you 2 major activities which we have done. One is Har Ghar Tiranga. Tiranga, ठीक है. We all know that बचपन से हम जानते आ रहे हैं कि मतलब अगस्त 15, जनवरी 26 को तिरंगा फहराते हैं, स्कूलों में फहराते हैं, ऑफिसेस में करते हैं, कुछ लड्डू बांटते हैं. So that is a major kind of a merry making activity for us. And that the patriotism and the bhavana associated with us, then we are able to see in the last how graduated it is in the last 3 years. Almost now every household wants to hoist a flag. It is a pride. It is a pride for the nation, pride for the individual, and it is a very good feeling you have for the country. So this feeling comes only when you all working together for a common cause. And in the anthropology also, why I am telling this to you is that in the government we make a lot of policies. The policy for the health, several schemes are prepared. For the policy for tribals, we make a lot of schemes for the PVTG tribal groups. And there are also Janman programs are there, wherein 100% saturation we wanted to achieve in these tribal communities. But while we make the formulations, the anthropology should be completely and closely associated with the people who are making the policies. Otherwise, policy goes in one direction and your research paper goes in another direction. But as such, if you look in a broader perspective and a much larger perspective, the society at large is not going to achieve something. So that's why I request you, each and everyone who are sitting here, you should make yourself relevant to the concerned subject you are working with. That is the most important thing for any of the activities. And wherever, and I worked in forest department earlier, so I saw in the forest areas lot of anthropological evidences do come in form of their tribal arts, in the form of the art, rock arts that come from the very ancestral periods. So proper research needs to be done, and I assure you in this forum today, in whatever capacities which I can do, I will help you definitely to carry out the research in these areas. This research should help the people to increase the tourism potential in that area. So that should be the end objective. Whatever we do, it should have it should have an end object. With that purpose, we all have to work. And last year, I think during the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav period, we have done one program on indigenous sports. It's very heartening to know that most of these indigenous sports, definite rules are to be framed. They have got a definite anthropological history, how this sport has originated and what is the benefit that is derived, whether these sports can be made into come into mainstream sports or not. So if you can carry out some of the researches, even if at least 10 indigenous sports which are being played by the major tribal people, if it can come to mainstream sports, that you are helping the society at large. Means the tribal people, more and more people, not only tribals, non-tribals also, they come attracted for these sports, and in turn they get some gainful employment. In turn, the society will be benefited at large. And we have taken one of your recommendations that during the corona period, the tribal gut, there are some research on the tribal gut. Why? Almost all of us across the country are affected by corona. But the least affected are the tribal population. This has got a direct correlation with the gut. What is the food they are eating? What are the timings they are doing? What is the diurnal cycle they are following? What is the lifestyle they are following? So everything has a linkage. What is the mental status they have? Everything is a culture. The culture is nothing that dance, drama is not the culture. It is not the only culture. The way you live, the way you think, the food you eat, the mental status you have, the spiritualism you have, everything is a culture. So that cultural aspects, it has got a tremendous role. And we are very happy to know that this year we are celebrating 150th birth anniversary of Bhagavan Birsa Munda. What is that you celebrate? Okay, during the process of celebrations, you remember the person, great person. What is his contribution? That is one aspect of it. Another aspect of it, we have to touch those people at large. And their influence, they are the major influencers in the society who can influence the other parts of the community, like in the urban community, in the rural areas, and in the students, and in the employees, everywhere, every strata of the society. They have got a tremendous influence. We just wanted to bring out those elements. We wanted to, and also the fashion. And it is very happy to know that we are also want to organize a tribal fashion shows. These tribal fashion shows, whatever the garments they are using, whatever the material, the textiles they are using, we wanted to bring in a fashion statement. It is not just that they use the garments, and so that will happen, that what will happen, the entire industry will grow further. And at the same time, the pride for our culture will grow up. So all these things will happen concurrently unless you think that you are great, Until unless you think that you have a pride in your own culture, you just cannot do anything. So this is the another thing which I wanted to tell. And also that there are few other aspects in the culture ministry we are working. One is the Brihatar Bharat project. This Brihatar Bharat is that how the Bharat has got the linkages with the Asian countries. There is so much of a linkage. I think one of our speakers said, I said, sir, Joshi sir, you have only spoken on this. We have got so much of linkage. We are a cultural soft power. Diplomatically, this is a very, very important tool across the globe. So, if at all anthropology has to come into a major relevant role in the Brihatar Bharat, it is the right time that you should start doing research. What is the relevance of our culture vis-a-vis the culture of the rest of the countries in the Asian countries? So, this is another project, and also we are coming up in a major way in the manuscripts. Manuscripts are there in more than I think more than 20 languages, Pali, Prakriti, Sanskrit. So lot of languages, the manuscripts are there, and manuscripts का जो है कि subjects health में भी है, culture में भी है, अब martial arts में है, Ayurveda में है. There are so many subjects in which manuscripts knowledge is there. So if you all can do some kind of research in that, how our ancient manuscripts have really come up to provide the solutions for the future generations. Maybe I think, ma'am, you should take up the projects in future in these subjects. And madam has told that these are the sessions are very serious sessions. Please don't take it seriously. Do it in a relaxed way, and in a relaxed mind can capture much better way than the kind of an intense workshops. And I don't know how many of you are present physically and how many are online. And I request all the people who are come here from different parts of the country to visit Delhi. Delhi में we have done lots of this thing. आप इंडिया गेट के पास आप जाएंगे, नेताजी का statue है. It's a beautiful statue that is the pride of our country. We have done, and you please visit that area. And also the Prime Minister's Museum. It has come up very beautifully. It is an interactive digital museum and it has come up. You should visit. I hope Amity University can coordinate their visit. And lot of knowledge on your anthropology, on history, tribal, everything is there in the Prime Minister's Museum. It's a wonderful repository of the knowledge that has come up in the museum. You should visit that. And also, as Joshi sir has pointed out, Parliament art. If you can get an opportunity to visit, the Culture Ministry has done the parliamentary, in the new Parliament building, lot of artworks have done. In this also, lot of research has gone into it. Lot of intense studies have been carried out. In putting up each and every mural, each and every piece of artwork, research has gone into that. If you find an opportunity, please visit Parliament Art. So, with this, I just wanted to tell the last and but not the least, the role of media. We feel that most of our people, including our bureaucrats, we just want to shy away from the media. That is a जाहिर सी बात है. Because आज तो अच्छा लिखा है, पता नहीं कल क्या लिखेगा. ये भावना सब में रहता है, ठीक है? But media has got a tremendous positive role. The role in this कि आपका जो relevant knowledge है, if you find a very good findings, you people should know that what has been found out by you, what has been refurbished, what has been calibrated by you. So this kind of knowledge, until unless it goes to the public, and the public should start appreciating it. So जब तक वो that linkage or gaps will be filled by the media. We have a good linkages with media. That is another my request. One is the media linkages, one is the interpersonal rapport, and one is the working with groups. And you should pick up the recent topics which are relevant to your field and come up with the research findings. And these research findings should find a place in formulation of the schemes. And everything should flow one after another continuously. Otherwise, you lose focus, you lose relevance, and then I don't know. We don't have much to do after that. Okay, we'll make yourself relevant. If at all, I request Robi madam, if you find some time, you should call some of the people from the tribal ministry. So tribal ministry say what schemes they are doing for PVTGs, what are the other schemes they are doing, in what way you can influence the scheme formulation, scheme guidelines, that will be more relevant for the conference. Wishing you all the very best for your stay. for the conference. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Very nicely spoken.
Thank you, ma'am.
Special thanks to you, ma'am, and also Professor B.V. Sharma for securing time of your busy schedule for our event. We are privileged to have you both with us today. Now, we have our Honorable and Gracious Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Balwinder Shukla, with us. I request, ma'am, since we can see, I request you to join, please. So we can wait for ma'am to join if she joins. So meanwhile, now I would like to again invite another speaker who perhaps had the session in the session after the tea, but because she has an important meeting, so I would like to welcome Professor K. N. Saraswati for a talk. So Professor Saraswati is the professor at Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. She is a professor of biological anthropology at the Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. She has completed postdoctoral in molecular genetics at Albert Einstein College of Medicine, New York, USA, and MPhil and PhD from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. She has more than 20 research projects, 160 research papers, and 2 books in the field of molecular and genetic anthropology to her credit. She was felicitated by Andhra Vanitha Mandal, New Delhi in 2010. Further, Professor K. N. Saraswati has recently received Research Publication Award by the University of Delhi in July 2024. I welcome you, ma'am, to honor our gathering.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries on the stage and of course of the stage and all students. I'm from Department of Anthropology, Delhi University. I'm a teacher, so I always would like to address students. And first of all, I'm here. I mean, Joshi sir is here because he was a big man, like he was Vice Chancellor of Delhi University. Uma Nanduri madam is a Joint Secretary, and Sir Sharma sir is a Director of Survey, and Varun sir is the President of the Society. So they have a reason to be here. The reason for me to be here is just I'm a friend of Rumi. Okay. So this is, so I first of all would like to congratulate Professor Rumi. I would not like to call Professor Rumi. She was very formal, Professor Saraswati. But I'd like to congratulate Rumi for having such a nice conference, and then for making sure, she made sure that I'm here today. And most importantly, I would like to start with Sir Vasudeka Kutumbakam. For this, I'll give you a biological example. The genetic language ATGC, adenine, guanine, thymine, and cytosine. Amoeba to Amitabh Bachchan, there is only one genetic language. This talks about we are all one. All the biological world is one. So that is one anthropology. This is what I always teach in the class. Then talking about my association with MIT. MIT University, first this Department of Anthropology was associated with Biotechnology Department. It was in Sector 44. It was a school. There was a small building or small, 1 or 2 cabins allocated to anthropology, biotechnology, where they needed a teacher who could teach by anthropology. That time I went for a job to somebody in Ambedkar University. There, Professor Dr. Chauhan was there for some other reason. Then he heard that I am from USA. I just got a degree, postdoctoral done. So in 2000, he brought me in his car to his house I went to his house in Defense Colony and he gave me a job. Okay. And I started as an assistant professor in biotechnology department teaching anthropology. And I was the first anthropologist to be in this University of Amity. And later, I think Rumi joined and then we worked together and I left because I was appointed as an assistant professor in Delhi University. And when when the foundation stone of this Amity University, this campus was laid, I was there in the Havan also. So I feel so good to see this campus flourishing so well. Second, coming to Madam Uma Nanduri and Sir Sharma sir and Joshi sir, they have all been talking about culture and social aspects. Basically, I am a hardcore biological anthropologist and I deal with health aspects. And when we talk of health, health was usually seen a domain of medical people and a domain of biology, and it was always looked through biology. But later on, public health, community health, these people, they said no, it's not just biology, it is also social variables that influence health. And later on, now we realize it is not just biology and social aspects, but it is also cultural aspects. I'll give you a small example from our Punjab project where we are working on hypertension. There, what happened was like those people who are obese had the best quality of life, significantly high quality of life who are having obesity. And this was because obesity is related to wealth in some societies. So that means the thing that we are thinking is a disease is something good for that culture. So culture is an important aspect in understanding health. So anthropology is the only subject which can address health through all the three aspects. So we have to, and so I and Uma madam was talking about various aspects of anthropological research, but I think health is an important aspect where culture plays a very important role, and this type of biology, culture, and health, this type of research also needs to be taken up by various anthropologists. Now coming to the relevance of anthropology, everybody was talking relevance of anthropology. I slightly differ, it is always relevant, but only thing is visibility. We don't have visibility, and how to get that visibility, madam was just talking about. You must have just heard my biodata. 25 PhD scholars I produced in a span of 20 years, and we also have, I have more than 200 publications, books, and so many projects. That is not important. At the end of the day, what is given, only publications, what I am trying to give to society. I don't know what to do with my publications, with my research, with my academia. So this is what madam is saying. Whatever we do, we have to bring it to the media level. Unless we do that, we will not be able to be seen by or recognized by others. And so policy making means definitely anthropological inputs, anthropological knowledge, anthropological perspective is very much needed. So ma'am, what I request you here is that I understand we have to be going to media and show our work. You also, even ministry, I think, should recognize people for anthropology, and then you have to take their inputs. It's not that we always try to do things. You also should be able to little effort to pick up anthropologists and give some like visibility to them and take their advices. So this is what my submission, and I thank you all for giving me. Thank Rumi once again for giving me this opportunity, and thank you all for listening to me. And Madam Uma Nanduri was thanking Sharma sir for being here as because she called him, and so I have to thank Madam Uma Nanduri to be here because she came on my request. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah, she is the main person to connect.
So thank you, ma'am, for your address. So now I take the privilege to thank all the dignitaries for sharing their expertise and perspectives with us today. It is truly invaluable. We appreciate your presence and support in making this conference a remarkable occasion. Now I humbly request all the dignitaries to come forward to launch the abstract book of the 54th Annual Conference of the Indian Anthropological Society.
Should we come down or you? We'll get you here. Yes, sir.
I also, Subir Viswas sir, Arup Ratan Bandyopadhyay sir, please, you also join.
Just join us. Go to ma'am first. Go to ma'am. मैम को दो We'll show the book, ma'am. Ma'am, we'll show the book. तो पैकेट को खोल के देखना है और Ragdick sir, come. Why? You're happy?
Yeah, I'm happy.
Come.
Thank you.
So Ragdick sir, education answer. Thank you. It was yesterday only we were fun.
Oh, I know that. So all in our country, we all work in the
Let's have a big round of applause for the official launching of the program. Your enthusiasm and support are greatly appreciated as we embark on the exciting journey of exploration and discovery together. Thank you all for being a part of this momentous occasion. Now, with the greatest humility, I request Professor Rumi Dev. With greatest humility, I request Professor Rumi Dev to felicitate our guest of honor, Srimati Uma Nanduri, with a shawl and memento of the conference. Let's have a big round of applause for our guest of honor. Now I request Professor Barun Mukhopadhyay to felicitate our another guest of honor, Professor P.V. Sharma, with a shawl and memento of the conference. Let's have a cheer for our guest of honor. Now I request Professor Rumi Dev to felicitate respected Professor P.C. Joshi with a shawl and memento of the conference. Let's have a cheer for respected PC Joshi, sir. Now I humbly request Professor Varun Mukhopadhyay to felicitate Professor Nirupma Prakash. Let's have a cheer for our Director of AISS, Amity Institute of Social Sciences. Now again I request Professor Rumi Dev to felicitate Professor K.N. Saraswati with the shawl and memento of the conference. Let the cheer continue for all our esteemed dignitaries. Thank you all the dignitaries for your esteemed participation in our event and making it a huge success. So as we draw curtains to this inaugural session, distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries, faculty members and dear participants, as we draw this inaugural session to close, it is my privilege to express heartfelt gratitude on behalf of Department of Anthropology at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Balwinder Shukla, for her inspiring address and continuous support that she had for this conference. I would also like to thank our esteemed guest of honor, Srimati Uma Nanduri and Professor B.V. Sharma for gracing us with their presence and inspiring talks. I extend a deep appreciation to all the distinguished speakers, Professor P.C. Joshi, Professor Nirupma Prakash, Professor Varun Mukhopadhyay, Professor Rumi Dev, Professor K.N. Saraswati, for sharing their valuable insights and expertise. Your contributions have laid a strong foundation for the discussions to follow. A special thanks to our talented students for their captivating performance, which beautifully showcased our cultural heritage and added a vibrant touch to the gathering. I would also like to express my appreciation to all the members of Indian Anthropological Society for their continuous support and commitment to the field of anthropology. Last but not the least, my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, volunteers, and everyone involved in making this event a success. Your hard work and dedication have truly shown through. As we move forward into the sessions of this conference, let us carry the spirit of collaboration and discovery with us. Thank you once again. As I wish you all an enriching and enjoyable experience ahead, I would like to invite everyone to join us for a cup of tea where you can refresh yourself and engage in informal discussions. Simultaneously, we have poster presentations happening in the adjacent area, showcasing innovative research and insights from our talented participants. Please join us again at the same venue for the next session in about 15-20 minutes. Thank you so much.
प्लांट और ये गाड़ी में पहुंचा देते Naveen, Naren, could boys, some boys should be here for carrying the stuff to the car.
Welcome back from the tea break. We are now going to move into the second session for today, which is the SS Sarkar Memorial Lecture. May I request the audience to please sit down? Please sit down, and also if you could, please put your mobile phones on silent. Thank you. It is my pleasure to invite the chair for this session, Professor Arupratan Bandhopadhyay. He is Professor, Department of Anthropology, University of Calcutta. Is Professor Bandhopadhyay here?
You can call me Pochia now.
Yes. Okay, sir. I'll do that. Okay. So I'd like to invite on stage the co-chair for this session first. That is Dr. Mayank Tomar, who is the Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology at the Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Amity University, Noida. Dr. Tomar specializes in courses such as the sociology of religion, political sociology, Indian social thinkers, and the sociology of disability. His research interests focus on the sociology of health and tribal health, reflecting a commitment to understanding complex social dynamics. He is also passionate about innovative teaching methods, particularly in the areas of pedagogy of the oppressed and subaltern studies. He has been recognized with the ICMR scholarship for his contribution to the fields and continues to make significant strides in both academia and research. While we wait for the chair, let me give a brief introduction to Professor Bandhopadhyay. He is professor and former head of the Department of Anthropology at the University of Calcutta in Kolkata. He has received several accolades, including the Young Scientist Award. He has served as president of the Anthropological and Behavioral Sciences section of the Indian Science Congress during its centenary year. As principal investigator, he has secured 7 national research grants and collaborated with the Roslin Institute at the University of Edinburgh. With over 100 published articles in national and international journals, his research spans evolutionary biology, forensic anthropology, dental anthropology, public health, and population genetics. Dr. Bandhopadhyay has also delivered numerous invited lectures, including at an international conference in Bangkok in 2018. Welcome, sir, on stage. Welcome, Dr. Tomar, on stage. Now, I request Professor Bandhopadhyay as chair to invite the speaker for the SS Memorial Lecture on stage.
It's my privilege. It's my privilege. So we are in the good afternoon. We started with good morning. So nevertheless, this is a very sunny morning. So this is really a privilege for me being in the stage in front of Dr. S.S. Sarkar, and this is privilege to call upon Professor Kebal Krishnan to come up here, who will be delivering the Dr. S.S. Sarkar Memorial Lecture. Is all right? Oh, sure. So here I have come up with the 2 main aspects. One is, okay, so Dr. Romidev wants to welcome, and really I also, with pleasure, welcome you, Professor Kebal Krishnan, and with this tree and memento, is it a tree? This is most important. Growing. This is always a great day for Indian Anthropology Annual Conference. The first day we have always the Dr. S.S. Sarkar Memorial Lecture. And this memorial lecture has been organized by his family members, and so that given some kind of funding, and so that we can have the greatest scholars in India to deliver this lecture. So this is my a personal point that everybody knows about Dr. S.S. Sarkar. So I feel if you do not mind, I just make some kind of introduction to Dr. S.S. Sarkar, a legendary
personality. I do not say the anthropologist, but a student of anthropology and legendary personality. Although I have not seen him when I'm grown up, but I have seen him like a person, not an anthropology one, because he died on 1969. I born at that time, and he has a connection with my family. I'm not giving that in detail in my family. So he born in 1908, and which is in the Moeda, and this is the South Bengal. You know that Moeda, there is a station, and I went there in his native home, and he graduated in 1928 in the honors in anthropology from Calcutta University, while the Calcutta University introduces anthropology in 1920. So we have crossed up on 100 years of anthropology research and teaching in Asia. And then the post-graduation from in anthropology 1931 with the specialization. That time it was physical anthropology. And now it is changed up as physical anthropology and human genetics, where I got the specialization. Now for more accommodation, it is biological anthropology. I feel this is very good that we are making more and more accommodation. He did DSc in 1949 from the Calcutta University, and the dissertation was studies on twins and other subsidiary papers. Joined Bose Institute in 1933 as a research scholar and worked there till 1937. And he worked on the Malay and some other population of the Rajmahal Hills. In 1938, he was awarded by Griffith Memorial Prize by Calcutta University for his work on selection forces on the blood group in Santal Pargana and then the Bihar. So during 1938 and 39, he visited Kaiser Wilhelm Institute, Berlin. And I guess he is the first Alexander von Humboldt fellow from India to go in Germany. And after that, lot many person has gone with the AVH fellowship, and this is a very prestigious fellowship from the Germany, and work with another legendary organ fusion. And he was involved in the twin studies there, and you can think of that time actually the Second World War started, and he has to come back in India. He rejoined in the Bose Institute in 1940, continued the work on twins, and joined in Anthropological Survey of India. The director was there here in the government of India, Calcutta. In 1947, as an anthropologist, took the charge of the human biology section. Notable work in ANSI, Anthropological Survey of India, the blood group investigations in Eastern India, including Andaman, Nicobar Island, reports on the skeletal materials from Taxila, excavated earlier with the supervision of all of us we know, Mortimer Wheeler. He was with the Mortimer Wheeler. He was elected President Anthropology and Archaeology Section, Indian Science Congress Association, 1951. And interestingly, his presidential address, which is very, very much, I feel, very near to this theme, is place of human biology in anthropology and its utility in the service of the nation. So very near to the service, this one, sustainability, equity, and progress. This is always a service of the nation. From 1951 till his death in 1969, he worked in Department of Anthropology and CU in various capacities. And I'm very much proud to say, I'm very much pleasure that I am in the post. He retired in a reader, and I joined in his post of SS Sarkar. So I'm very much proud. And also I occupied the room where SS Sarkar used to sit down and write. So you can feel how much proud I am for being a chair. And also I'm very much privileged that my seniors has given me opportunity to speak over this SS Sarkar Memorial Lecture in 2018. So I'm very much thankful to all of them who has given the dissent, not the dissent, okay, that I can speak in the SS Sarkar Memorial Lecture. So he was a member of Asiatic Society of Bengal and a Society for the Study of Human Biology, London, International Association of Human Biologists, Paris. He had 95 publications spanning between the 34 and 69. So brilliant scholar, if all of you can think. It's not only the technical journal. He was really popular magazines, newspaper. He had radio broadcast and as well as popularizing anthropology, which we need right now. He is a widely respected teacher and eminent pioneering physical anthropologist and man of rare integrity. I myself met with one of his brilliant scholar. His name is Professor Monish Chakraborty. And Professor Monish Chakraborty, at his age of 80, he cried in front of me that you never get this type of teacher. So that loss. So I feel this is really a kind of a teacher deserved. So just a snapshot, he died in the age of 61. Methodological works, book on laboratory manuals of somatology, somatoscopy. This is well available still now. And I would like to ask that whether Amity University has this one or not, but it can be available. Field methods on Jaroa studies, racial affinities of prehistory and contemporary population. Book on ancient races of Deccan. On contemporary population cutters of Kerala. Their priestly hair through mutation and admixture of the Negroid who migrated to India as slaves. So a biological cutters of Kerala is a biological ethnography. So it's a very small book. And if everybody see, all the data is there in the appendices. So it's a really a ethnography, biological ethnography, what I can say. Most significant contribution is scheme for classification of Indian people. But I say that the most important, nobody says earlier, is the Mundari speaker group. That only S.S. Sarkar just pointed out. And it has been taken by C.S. Kuhn, who has written that book is known as Living Races of Man. And then now with the post-genomic era, so everybody is working on DNA now, all have taken into consideration as ancient Austroasiatic ancestors like AAA. The scheme based on the metric data, racial admixture, specific metric and morphological, physiological and other traits. And Lord, I cannot finish up because this part of things I have done in 2018. So twin study dermatoglyphics, he is the first person who perhaps given the chance to make the dermatoglyphics as a racial criteria or ethnic criteria. First person I feel. After that European has been taken. Blood group, selection and polymorphism, demography. Like right now we are doing the same kind of things with supplementation like fertility, mortality, sex ratio, birth interval, age at menarche, inbreeding, so on and so forth. Cultural anthropology, he treated anthropology as an integrated whole to understand the humanity in totality. And I was really surprised when I am going with Dr. S.S. Sarkar's life that before the existence of Human Rights Commission, he has written a research article on, that's a popular article on human rights and human biology and human welfare. So most important, he suggested sex education for the young, preparation of marriage, marriage counseling. So right now we think about this as a kind of genetic counseling. He proposed that child welfare through breastfeeding. Now the people are thinking this breastfeeding, yes, is very important. Avoidance by bottle feeding marriage at the real age is beneficial. Now, as if an anthropologist, I say it's a person who blended biological and social aspect of man, have meaningful analysis, biocultural species with social concern for addressing the human issue. Okay, just something. Oh, sure, I will do. You will do it. Yes, please. Okay. So I would like to, just since Professor Kebal Krishnan is coming to talk about the forensic, I would like to give one point that Professor S.S. Sarkar cooperated fully with in the West Bengal, which is called Belarani Dotto murder case. So the Lal Bazaar has taken him. It's something like, I feel Kebal Krishnan and who are very much interested in forensic can remember the name of Rockstar murder case that is there in the Gloucester and Bath. Same kind of thing was given the chopped off, and he has been taken and he became given the clue and all. So this forensic is so much interesting that all we remember that I was talking to Professor Kebal Krishnan, a brilliant forensic scientist, and we always reconstruct the past. Right? We try, because when we talk, we have the present, we have the future when we talk, but forensic anthropologists try to move the past. from this what is going on. So finally, I would like to say one thing, that you just listen. The same kind of thing is there, but the spelling is different. That if you say realize, realize, then you will realize, right? And forensic scientists do it. Realize, to wipe up, realize. So there is a realize, and to the forensic scientist, one word is very important. I'm just finishing in Hindi. Murda kabhi jhoot nahi bolta, isn't it? Murda kabhi jhoot nahi bolta. Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'm very much eager to listen, Professor Kebal Krishnan. So I would like to ask that please introduce Professor Kebal Krishnan. And who is he? We all know, but this is a formality. This is a formality that Professor Kebal Krishnan should be introduced. It's a formality. From your part, I mean from Amity University.
We are privileged to have today Professor Kebal Krishnan to deliver the SS Memorial, SS Sarkar Memorial Lecture. He is professor at the Department of Anthropology in Punjab University, Chandigarh. He also serves as the Dean of Students at the same institution. He is a renowned Indian academic and forensic anthropologist. He is the former chair of the Department of Anthropology at Punjab University, Chandigarh. He is a recognized authority for biological anthropology, forensic osteology, forensic podiatry, and anthropometry, contributing significantly to research and education. His expertise is both well regarded in India and internationally. Sir, welcome you. I welcome you to this conference, and I request you to kindly come and deliver your lecture.
Thank you very much. Professor Bandyopadhyay ji, Dr. Mayank ji, Professor Joshi ji, Professor Vishwas ji, Professor Gregory ji, Professor Mukhopadhyay ji, Professor Rumidev ji, and other dignitaries. I'm so sorry I couldn't remember the names. And my dear students, a very good afternoon to all of you. It is indeed a very privilege for me to deliver this kind of lecture. Dr. S.S. Sarkar Memorial Lecture, a very prestigious lecture of Indian Anthropological Society. Thank you very much, Indian Anthropological Society and organizers, for allowing me to deliver this lecture on forensics. Before starting my lecture, let me dedicate this lecture to my own teachers, Professor S.R.K. Chopra, who founded the Department of Anthropology, Punjab University, Chandigarh, Professor R.N. Vashist, Professor J.C. Sharma, Professor S. Kaul, Professor Surya Prakash, Professor Rajan God, Professor Banerjee, and Professor Indu Talwar ma'am. So I am indeed very grateful to them that they taught me. And this just because of them, I am here to deliver this lecture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much all for listening to me patiently, because I am going to tell you, particularly the students, that how we can apply the knowledge of anthropology in forensics and in other applied fields. This is just an example of forensics. When I started my career, my supervisor, PhD supervisor, asked me to take a topic. And I asked him that I'll be working on paleoanthropological topic, because Punjab University was quite famous for paleoanthropological finds particularly the hominoids found from the Shivaliks. I requested my sir to give me a topic of paleoanthropological interest on human evolution. Then he insisted that you will not be gaining much from paleoanthropological research. You can take another topic. This involves a lot of hard work and research to reach up to some kind of conclusion regarding the human evolution, he told me. Then I was puzzled that what to take and how to take the topic. And in the meanwhile, I got a job in PGI Chandigarh, where we used to conduct postmortem examinations, and in medical college, Government Medical College, Chandigarh. Then I got interest in forensic science, that we must take some topic which should be relevant to the society. Then I talked to my supervisor again. Then he said that, okay, this is a good topic and you can work on this. But in my mind, again, it was left that I couldn't do human evolution. I read about Douglas Oblaker, great professor of anthropology, American anthropologist from Smithsonian Institution. He was a paleoanthropologist, but during his early life, he was a paleoanthropologist. He studied about human evolution and he did some good research on human evolution. But later on, he turned as a forensic anthropologist based upon that knowledge only. So it means this is the knowledge of paleoanthropology, human osteology, human biology, which makes us a forensic anthropologist. So let me tell you, can you see this, the picture, Raymond Dart with tongue baby, Raymond Dart with the tongue baby. So we start with here, the human evolution, and the cultural anthropology, prehistoric archaeology, linguistics, we study everything in anthropology. You know, there is no need to elaborate these kind of things in anthropological gathering. Human evolution, human biology, physical growth, human ecology, from ape to humans, quadrupedal to bipedal. This fascinated me a lot. These are the Leotolli footprints discovered by Mary Leakey long back in 1976. These were the footprints of the first family of Australopithecus. First family of Australopithecines, where one male, one female, and one child was there. The footprints of all three were there. That was the first family. After some time, the child's footprints vanished. But one of the footprint of the lady, the woman, was impressed more than the other. When I read this and interpretation of this, that it means she was carrying the child in her left lap. That's why the left footprint was more impressed than the other. When I interpreted this evidence on the internet, then I could find that we can do wonders also on footprints and on any other research relating to anthropology. So now many books have been written on these Leotolli prints regarding the interpretation in forensic terms. So this we are doing in archaeology also, paleoanthropology also, the investigation basically. And investigation is common. I'm so sorry. Investigation is common in both the fields, in anthropology as well as in forensic science. These are the forensic investigation skills which we can gain from anthropological knowledge. Human population variation, human biology, knowledge of human osteology, skeletal analysis, human morphology, the body morphology, right from here to the footprints, face morphology, human population variation, then human biology, how this helps in forensic investigation. You all know about
the techniques like DNA, blood types, and different population groups, how the ancestries can be identified, and what is anthropometry and anthroposcopy. All these is a part of biological anthropology. Racial differences. We start from here because in the beginning of our anthropological knowledge, we start this knowledge with studying the various features of the skull so that we can differentiate between males and females and racial differences also. You can very well distinguish that which skull may belong to which ancestry depending upon our knowledge of, maybe in this case the prognathism is there. You can very well see the profile of the face of the this African. You can very well recognize. Then different racial types. You can see the different racial types and their skeletons. We can correlate the morphology, body morphology with the skeletons. We have DNA fingerprinting also, DNA profiling. We can reach up to positive identification, which is also given by anthropology actually. I remember one case. We were called by the police to identify the suspect. A German lady was abducted from Taj Hotel and she was taken to a farmhouse in Karnal long back, about 10 years ago. And a team of forensic experts were working on that. All four criminals were caught by the police. And now we had to identify those criminals, whether those were involved in crime or not. We found some toothbrush, as well as some hairs, body hair as well as pubic hairs. We got the examination of DNA done, and then we found that the matching took place with one of the suspects. And what happened? He was denying that he was not present at the crime scene. But as Professor Bandyopadhyay says, that these things, the evidence doesn't lie. Evidence doesn't lie. And even the toothbrush, even the evidence of the toothbrush, that was very much in favor of the police that he was the criminal present at the crime scene. So these kind of very small kind of things can help us in identifying the criminals at the crime scene. As you know, the sample can be anything. It can be a cigarette butt also, it can be the lip print or the toothbrush also. Then the knowledge of human osteology. You can see the ape skeleton and the human skeleton. So we can easily identify that this is the ape skeleton. Can you see the arms of the ape? These are going beyond the knees and the legs are smaller than the arms. So this kind of knowledge is acquired by anthropologists. So the forensic anthropology. Personal identification from skeletal remains in a legal context. We receive these kinds of cases and all commingled, dismembered. Yeah, we have to identify the case. I remember another case. There was a case from Himachal Pradesh police. It was a COVID 2020 and I received the email, and in the email some photographs were sent and I couldn't even open the email, but I found that these photographs were not belonging to the human being. But they said that this is the human being, and we found the bones of the human being found from the hilly area. But those were the bones of some monkey, rhesus macaque. This is macaque, macaca mulata. So I gave the report that the macaca mulata is there, not the child of the human being. So these kinds of things, very small and even we have to identify, are they really bones, wood or stones? Because police can come with anything. We received some bones, those were the fake bones from the police, and we immediately saw the bones, immediately identified that these are the fake bones, because police doesn't know it. How many bodies, proper identification, how many skeletons may be there in mass disaster cases or so. Then age, sex, race, height, pathologies, trauma, and cause of death. I remember another case. The skeletonized body was received in medical college. Totally, the body was totally skeletonized. And we couldn't identify the person actually, but we gave some kind of opinion regarding the age, sex, race, and height of the person. We gave these clues to the police, and police then start investigating the case, and we were again studying the skeleton day by day. And I was just looking at the skeleton once. After a few days, I found in the trochlea of the humerus, in the lower part of the humerus, trochlea of the humerus, there was a hole. There was a hole in both the humeri. In both the humeri, there was a hole. I did not know what happened and what can be the case, and is this genetical, or is this maybe some other thing happened. Then I asked my sir, Professor Rajangod, he also did not know. Then I searched the literature in PGI. I found that in 12% of the population of Nepal, this hole is found in the trochlea of the humerus in anatomical records. Then I gave the opinion that this may belong to Nepal. The person may belong to Nepal. And when they searched, when they saw the police reports and others, somebody came with the that missing person, that their person was missing, and then we sent this case for DNA examination along with the sample from the relatives. Surely that was from the Nepal. So it means this, some very small clue can help us in identification of the person. Then you already know this, that how to determine the sex, because this is just the preliminary things. Supraorbital ridge is more marked in males than the females, and others. This pelvis is more broad in females. This is the subpubic angle, you can see, very broad in case of females than the males. Then deformities. So these deformities can help us. If there is a fracture, we can compare the antemortem photographs with the postmortem photographs, and we can find out whether the person was the same or not. Let me tell you, this may be a new thing for you, that archaeological recovery techniques and forensic investigation, body farms. I have already submitted a proposal to Government of India for opening a body farm in my university, Punjab University. Body farms are those farms where the dead bodies are kept and dead bodies are embedded in the earth crust for study purposes, for studying the time since death, taphonomic changes in the body, and what will happen after 6 months, what will be happening after 2 years or so to the body, and what is the effect of the environment, what is the effect of cold and hot environment and other things. I went to Texas State University for training on the body farm. After training, then I started giving training to the students that how to define time since death. So this is one of the training session. We usually give the puzzles to the students. This is a puzzle. And after the training, we embed the body at one of the places in 3 acre area in 6 by 6 feet by 4 feet area, we embed the dead body. And what do we do? After some time, this is kept for the training purposes for the students, and we see what are the changes. Can the student recognize that what is the area of the what is the area where the dead body was buried? And we gave this puzzle to the students, but nobody can recognize. After some time, what happens when we bury the area, when we dig the area and we bury the body, and some of the soil from inside the earth crust comes outside, and when the vegetation comes on that after 15 days or 1 month, the vegetation will be totally different than the other vegetation which is there in the area. So we recognize these kinds of. Then the body morphology. The body morphology means the prints of the human body. Fingerprints, footprints, ear prints, dental and palate prints can also help in identification. We have taken up many research projects on this and completed and published research in international journals of repute regarding this. Only anthropologists can do this, I tell you, because of the deep knowledge of body morphology. Then analysis of fingerprints also, we can do any kind of analysis of the fingerprint, including the sex determination and the identification of fingerprints based upon some individualistic characteristics. Okay, these. I am skipping all these. Then fingerprint ridge density is a new field area where we can work, and many of you might have worked on fingerprint ridge density, where we define that the ridges in the female fingerprint, ridges will be more in defined area and in female, and as compared to the males. So this help us, the ridge width and the number of ridges, they help us to define the sex of the person up to 80% accuracy. Now we have used this method with AI. We have trained the computers through AI, and we have applied deep learning methods and ANN and CNN methods on these, and we try to find out the same kind of accuracy, but the accuracy was more. It means the AI method is more accurate than the manual method of human beings. So we received about 93% accuracy in this case. We'll discuss this. Footprint, then tracks, trails and footmarks. You all know about khojis. Khojis, in earlier times we had khojis. And suppose there was some theft in the village, and the Siana and the Sarpanch, they allowed the khojis to just find out that where the person has gone. They used to see the footprints and footsteps, and they used to recognize that which footprint may be belonging to which person. So similar kind of thing we are using nowadays. In a series of footprints, what happened in one of the cases? The jewelry shop was burgled. Jewelry shop was burgled in Chandigarh. What happened? And the person was bare feet, because maybe knowingly he was bare feet. He must have taken the shoes in his hand, and then he entered the jewelry shop. He entered the jewelry shop from one side, and when he came back, he must be carrying something on his shoulder. Maybe the person was saying that he had taken about 30 kg of jewelry. Then we found what happened. So we saw the footprints going inside, and we measured those footprints. When he came back, one of the footprints was impressed more than the other, because he was carrying the gunny bag of 30 kg on his left shoulder, and the change was significant. And we found that really he was carrying the thing, but from the footsteps and from the chappal which he left behind over there, he was caught later on. So these are various shapes. These are from my own study. These can also help in these cases when we find the footsteps at the crime scene. And these are some of the individualistic characteristics which can help us in identifying the person. Then the morphology, these crease marks and others. Then this may be an individualistic characteristic of the person. Then some pits and corns may be there, cracks may be there in the footsteps. Although these are not permanent, these are temporary cracks, but one can be identified on the basis of these cracks. This may be another unique horizontal ridge. This kind of chappal he left behind. Then we saw whether that chappal belongs to him or not. This is the same chappal because we compared the prints on the chappal. And later on he was caught by the police. This is another area we can work on the body size, footprints and BMI. From the footprint, we can estimate the BMI of the person. We can estimate whether the person was obese or person was a normal person with normal BMI. Then gait analysis. So series of footprints can tell us about what he did at the crime scene. He moved here and there. Only because of the series of footprints we could find that he entered inside the jewelry shop and he then came back. Then ear and ear prints also can help us a lot. In Europe, many persons were caught due to the ear prints only, because they, before burglary, they used to listen towards the windows that whether there is somebody inside or not. Then the print is there on the window panes and the police could take the prints and later on they were identified. So individualistic variation occurs in the ears also. We have applied the same kind of deep learning technique on the ears. Whether the ears can be identified on the basis of computers, on the basis of deep learning technique and AI techniques. So we have applied, we used the CNN method on this and we received up to 79% accuracy on the identification of the ears of males and females. These are the prints. This is another aspect of forensic anthropology where we can do wonders on forensic odontology. I remember one case from Himachal Pradesh. A dead body of Swiss national was found from the glaciers. Long back the person died, maybe 20 years back. After 20 years, dead body was found. And some papers regarding the Swiss nationality were also there in that body, because that was embedded in the glaciers and some part of the body was intact, but we could see only the teeth. Teeth were intact, and then the forensic examination was done, and some information from the Swiss embassy they found that the person was missing since last 20 years, and they identified the person on the basis of the teeth because of some cavities and caries in the teeth. This just because of those cavities and caries, and some then bite marks also. Bite marks on the skin, bite marks on any other part of the body also, and then different footsteps. Then palette prints. So we can do some kind of research on palette prints also. These are also unique. Some people have tried to classify them also, like the fingerprints. Then the facial and body morphology, identification of the face. We can do wonders with the help of AI techniques nowadays, and we can do facial reconstruction also. We have been involved in doing facial reconstruction technique with the help of Forensic Science Laboratory Chandigarh, and we used those simple method that we put some kind of material on the skull and we try to make the face of the person. but we can use some other methods also now. Computerized methods are there, where facial recognition techniques are there, facial recognition and FRT basically, and we can do wonders in that also. So these are different shapes of the face, just to show you different faces. This is the technique we used over there, and this is the case of Mrs. Ruxton also given. So we apply on the basis of the tissue thickness. This technique is very helpful. Up to 80-85% accuracy, we can identify the person. Then, using the knowledge of the acquaintances, we can create the sketch of the person. That if he has seen the person, he has seen the criminal, then we can identify we can make the sketch and flash the sketch on the TVs and newspapers, and we can identify the person. Then nowadays biometrics and other things, then iris scan, everything is related to human body. Then let me tell you, I have given many research projects to my students now based upon AI and forensics. We have been now using AI in every kind of forensic anthropological knowledge. Suppose a person is working on face, and we have applied not only the deep learning techniques, but we have applied the machine learning also and SVM also on the face, and we recognized it up to 90% accuracy or 91% accuracy. Let me tell you one project we have just completed, and we have submitted that project for copyright to the Government of India. What happened? We took two kinds of samples of the face, two kinds of photographs of the face, upper Himalayan face and lower Himalayan face. And you know, there are some changes, there are some individualistic characteristics of the upper Himalayan face and lower Himalayan. Upper Himalayan face is having some kind of Mongoloid characteristics, but a lower Himalayan face is just like the North Indians and plain face. We applied CNN algorithm on that mathematics, a complete mathematical algorithm applied on the face, and then we found out that it gave us about 89% accuracy, and we made the codes and we sent that to the Government of India for copyright, for grant of the copyright. What happened in this? Suppose we can recognize the face, it's okay. But if the community is recognized by the community to which community the person is belonging to, if it is recognized by the computer, then our half of the work is reduced. So the same thing we did the same thing with the computers, that we recognize the face on the basis of the AI. And we have been doing this on pattern recognition also, on fingerprints also. One of my students has completed a project on fingerprints and AI. So not only the recognition of the fingerprints of the males and females with the help of AI and CNN models, but we recognized different kinds of fingerprints based upon Henry's classification. 11 kind of fingerprints are there based upon Henry's classification, and we allowed the computer to identify whether this is a girl or whether this is a loop, and we received about 80% of accuracy. We are working on some more algorithms so that we can receive more accuracy. If we receive about 95% of accuracy, then there is no need of the manual examination, and we can say that the computer can immediately recognize the print at the crime scene if we find the print at the crime scene. So all these things we have been using now in forensic anthropological knowledge. In crime scene analysis, we can do predictive analysis also. We can predict the crime scene. We can predict what happened at the crime scene with the knowledge of the AI. So any question, anything you want to ask me about these, I want that you also take up these kinds of projects so that uh, we can increase our knowledge of anthropology. Thank you. We can increase our anthropology knowledge. So not only in forensic science, not only the forensic anthropology, but we can apply AI, CNN models and deep learning models and machine learning models in social anthropology also, in culture and society. There is a journal, Technology and Society, where many articles are being published by anthropologists who are using the various models of AI on studying cultures. How can we study culture and how can we study society? So this is not only in forensic science or biological anthropology we can apply the AI knowledge, but I know that at one point of time the knowledge is knowledge become redundant basically. But we have to increase our knowledge. We have to see how can we use the other fields and how can we compile all those fields and which may help us in anthropology knowledge, and we can do wonders and we can do further research on those. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Any question?
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan, for that very, very illuminating talk. I'd like to now call on Professor A.R. Bandyopadhyay to kindly come on stage and felicitate our speaker, Dr. Keval Krishnan.
Again, a wonderful time. But very easy. Very good.
When I was the co-chair.
Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Professor P.C. Joshi to kindly come on stage and felicitate the chair, Professor Bandyopadhyay.
Give it to Bandyopadhyay sir. Go to Joshi sir, he'll give Bandyopadhyay.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Subir Biswas to come on stage and felicitate the co-chair. Thank you all. I'd just like to make an announcement now that we are going to move to the respective halls for the various sessions, parallel sessions. So I request participants, chairs, co-chairs, coordinators to move to the following hall. The sessions that are to take place in F-3 seminar hall, request all participants, chairs and co-chairs, etc. to be seated here. The rest can move to the two other venues. One is the F1 and MDP room, and the second is the F3 MDP room. It's in the same block. So request you to kindly move to your respective venues, and so the sessions can start.
Okay, thank you so much for doing everything on MET University behalf. This is a very lucid lecture. I feel everybody could understand and there is no such clarification. So Professor Keval Krishnan will be here. So I know that Professor Kebal Krishnan knows one thing, every forensic person knows one thing, which is called Locker's exchange principle, right? So we have exchanged something, that he has given some kind of thing and we have taken something. So this is the exchange principle. Thank you so much, and really it's very interesting. The people are working on the human variation and all. No, yes, you can go ahead and he will be there, I think, for some time. And yes, lunchtime. So I definitely encourage the students can come up and ask. And this is the work going on, and I'm very much happy and lucid to listen Kebal Krishnan as always. Thank you so much. I'm closing this session here.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll be starting with the first session, Health Equity and Global Epidemiology here. The rest are requested to move to their respective sessions. Yes. I welcome you all to the first session of the day, Health Equity and Global Epidemiology of the 54th Annual Conference of Indian Anthropological Society. I would like to introduce the chair of this session, Professor Barun Mukhopadhyay. Professor Mukhopadhyay is the Research Director of the Indian Anthropological Society and member of Forum for Medical Ethics Society in Kolkata. He is a retired professor of biological anthropology from Indian Statistical Institute in Kolkata. Professor Mukhopadhyay specializes in biomedical anthropology, cardiovascular epidemiology, biocultural dimensions of aging, ethnobiology, and bioethics. He has conducted several research projects and has several publications in international and national journals. Now I would like to introduce the co-chair of this session, Dr. Tarun Joshi. Dr. Tarun Joshi is an assistant professor at Department of Anthropology in Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. He specializes in socio-cultural anthropology, gender and diaspora studies. Dr. Joshi completed his PhD in sociology from the Department of Sociology and Political Sciences at Dayalbagh Educational Institution in Agra. His research and teaching reflect a strong commitment to exploring socio-cultural dynamics and advancing the field of anthropology. Thank you so much for joining us today. I would request the chair and co-chair to commence the session.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are beginning this technical session, we are beginning this technical session, which is titled as Health Equity and Global Epidemiology, which was supposed to be started at 12:30, but due to initial delay, we are now starting 1 hour late, and we have to finish by 2:30 maximum. So, though we are little advantaged by some absentee presenters, but we will have to also consider lessening the time of presentation. And definitely we cannot go beyond 2:30 because the lunch time is already there. So we must not put pressure on our gastronomic issues. Fact of the matter is that what we'll have to do now is to give your title, your objective, your methodology, your conclusion. Only 4 or 5 slides in 5 or 6 minutes, and then, if possible, There will be one question, very brief, precise question from the audience. This will be our model. Will that be okay?
Okay, sir.
Good. So the first presenter here will be, let me see whether he is there. Dhanmani Medhi. Dhanmani Medhi, yes. She is Assistant Professor, Department of Anthropology, Dibrugarh University. Good. And the title is Consumption of Milk, a Probable Risk Factor of Hypertension in India. A study based on National Family Health Survey 5. So once again, I request you, don't go for introduction. Go for objective, go for methodology, go for results, and for the conclusion. Others you can skip.
So my topic for today is consumption of milk, a probable risk factor of hypertension in India, a study based on National Family Health Survey. This is a joint paper with Dr. John Basumatari. And as sir has said, to skip me the introduction. So the objective of my present study is provide information regarding probable association between dairy consumption and hypertension among in the population of India. So the methodology I have applied, the current study uses data from 5th series of the National Family Health Survey in order to examine this association. The sample size is 72,04,115 in total. This study includes 8 factors in total: systolic and diastolic blood pressure, age, religion, ethnicity, education, health index, and frequency of milk or curd consumption. The data assessed was further analyzed with multinomial regression method. All the probabilities below 0.05 level was considered statistically significant in the study. And this is the classification I have used for the blood pressure. And for blood pressure classification of Indian hypertension, given 4th edition of Indian guidelines on hypertension was used. And my findings are the state-wise distribution of total population according to blood pressure category shows that the hilly state of Sikkim, which is one of the smallest states of the entire nation, was found to be having the highest percentage of total hypertensive individuals. The lowest total hypertensive percentage is also found in the another small hill state, that is Ladakh. The highest percentage of individuals in the optimal or below normal category was found to be in the state of Goa. So blood pressure was found to be associated significantly with age, religion, education, and wealth index. As the age increases, chances of like having hypertension was also increases. The probability of having hypertension is also high among the religious minorities and also among the richest families. Frequency of having milk or curd has positive and significant association with hypertension. Age, education, and wealth index are negatively and significantly associated with milk or curd. While ethnicity and religion is positively associated with consumption of milk, significantly associated with milk or curd, while ethnicity and religion is positively associated with consumption of milk. The stage 1 hypertension was significantly and strongly defined by consumption of milk products.
It was found that those consuming milk products daily and weekly have very strong chances of having stage 1 and stage 2 hypertension. Apart from this, daily consumption of milk products also significantly increases 80.3% of the chance of having stage 3 hypertension as well. So these are my findings. In concluding remarks, I want to just say that this is important to note that the amount of fat content is crucial variable during defining association of dairy consumption with hypertension. Low fat dairy consumption is found to be associated with low risk of hypertension. And in the dairy products, we can see that it contains more fat content in the composition. So apart from these, some other studies have also pointed out that those people who are not having milk earlier and started having milk recently, they are having the frequency of percentage of hypertension frequency is more found to be more among them. And also, I have one concluding remark. To relate this with the prior inference, it would help to point a picture in the direction that maybe those individuals belonging to religious majorities and in the poorer economic section of society with low education consuming unpasteurized milk and dairy products regularly with a higher fat content are having significantly higher risk of hypertension in India.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, keep shining.
I can quickly take one question. If anybody have any question, only one question.
No suggestion. Only
Yes.
one specific question.
Go please.
Vegetarians and non-vegetarians, or science is the same for them.
Pardon?
For example, if vegetarian is consuming,
Yeah.
non-vegetarian is consuming.
But
Ma'am, whether it will affect them both in the same way, or it might be that the effects will be different.
Actually, maybe the effects may be different because in case of my study, I have considered only the consumption of milk. If we see the other like aspects of like consuming non-vegetarian foods also, we may have some other association also.
You can discuss over the lunch. Ma'am is here. Right?
Two variants were not considered in the study, and therefore she cannot say at the moment whether that is possible or
Yes.
not. And definitely there are other factors which can work, right? Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to call upon another paper presentation, Dr. Alicia. She's a research associate. Health equity, Arman, advancing reputation, mortality and morbidity of mothers and children and neonates. Her title is Health Equity Through Organized Sports, Addressing Gender Disparities in Physical Activity and Health Outcomes.
Good afternoon all. So I'm very thankful for the opportunity. So topic of my presentation is health equity through organized sport, addressing gender disparities in physical activity and health outcomes. So we all know that physical activity promotes healthy growth in children while supporting social, emotional and cognitive development. And when we come to the healthcare cost, then insufficient physical activity costs healthcare system approximately $33.8 billion. So, keeping in mind that it was the goal of the study was set to explore how participation in sports can mediate health equity for girls promoting sufficient physical activity and positive health outcomes. Coming to research method, 509 adolescents were selected from the age group 11 to 19 years, and the universe of study was particularly the Delhi NCR region. The group comprised of athletic adolescents, which were basically from state and national level athletes from Sports Authority of India, and non-athletic groups were from school and residential areas of Delhi NCR. The sample was first administered with adolescent physical activity recall questionnaire, followed by RIF psychological well-being questionnaire, and after that, anthropometric measurements along with cardiorespiratory fitness assessment were taken. And the sample was divided into 4 groups depending upon the status of sports participation and the gender. And the 4 groups were basically athletic males, athletic females, non-athletic males, and non-athletic females. Analysis was done to come up with the findings related to their socio-demographic profile and to explore the impact of physical activity, basically the low, moderate, and vigorous physical activity and level of sports participation, that whether they are participating or not, upon gender disparities in physical and psychological health within the sample population. And these are the results. Basically, these are the general descriptive statistics. The thing which we can note from here is that physical activity level was significantly different among the 4 groups, and the least physical activity which was prevailing in the group, it was for non-athletic females. Our non-athletic female adolescents were least active, and this value 1.84, it actually falls into low physical activity. It's nearly sedentary. So out of the 509 adolescents of Delhi NCR, the non-athletic group of adolescents were having the low physical activity levels. And this is the distribution of athletic and non-athletic adolescents in different physical activity level as per their stage of adolescence. So here we can see that green and yellow bars represent moderate and vigorous physical activity level, and WHO recommends children to have 60 minutes of moderate to vigorous physical activity daily. So the portion on the left represents athletic group, and here we can see that the yellow and green bars are more prevalent. So the athletic group is undergoing moderate to vigorous physical activity as per the recommended levels from the WHO. But this particular level of physical activity is not much taught in the non-athletic group. And also, as the children proceed from early to mid and then to late adolescence, then athletic group is able to sustain that particular moderate to vigorous physical activity, but non-athletic group, specifically the females, are not able to adhere to that particular recommended level of physical activity on a daily basis. So after that, further statistics were performed, and so it was found that the likelihood of belonging to low physical activity increases with increase in age, and belonging to athletic group decreases the likelihood of being into low physical activity. And it was also found that statistically significant effects were there on dependent variables due to physical activity level, sports participation, and gender. So this table basically represents the difference between the variables among low, moderate, and vigorous physical activity groups. And here, except the monthly income, fat percentage, and autonomy. Autonomy is basically a psychological well-being score scale. So, except these 3 parameters, all other parameters were significantly different among low, moderate, and vigorous physical activity groups. And the values were better, or positive outcomes were there for moderate and vigorous physical activity group compared to the low physical activity group. Yes, sir, this is the second answer.
We have understood what you want to say. Well,
So So I would like to conclude with the finding that females from non-athletic group were comparatively less active than males, while in athletic group there was no significant difference between physical activity of males and females. So sports participation can here play a role to reduce the gender disparity and the disparity in the health outcomes which we have found in non-athletic female group. And sports participation can also help females to get adhere to moderate to vigorous physical activity level on a daily basis as recommended by WHO, and then further it can track into the adulthood later, and we can reduce the healthcare cost for countries like India, which are suffering and having are bearing the which come into LMICs, low and middle income countries, and they are suffering from metabolic diseases and other such lifestyle disorders and the consequent cost due to these comorbidities.
Great, thank you. Great. So you have got the message. You have to increase the physical activity to be less unhealthy, right?
Questions can be addressed at the lunch time.
Anshika Kaushik, you're here. So 5 minutes would be the relevant slides, 4 or 5.
Good afternoon, teachers present here and everyone's present here. Today I am going to present on cannabis use and addiction rates among young adults, a cross-sectional study from Delhi NCR. So what is cannabis is also known as marijuana and has been used by Indians over 2000 years ago, even in Vedic times. Even the mention of withdrawal symptoms associated with cannabis have been mentioned. Have been mentioned in the Ayurvedic medicines. People thought that it is a harmless plant, but no, it is not a harmless plant. The tetrahydrocannabinol, the psychoactive substance it contains, leads to its addiction and pose various physiological and psychological health problems. Further, it is also has been listed as an illicit drug by NDPS Act. In the last 10 years, from 2011 to 2021, a high rise has been observed in its use and in its addiction. As it is mentioned as an illicit drug, the people used to take it by local peddlers by using local names or slang names like pot, ganja, herb, weed, etc. The use of cannabis is so prevalent in India because of its cultural and religious values among Indians. It is also associated with a lot of brain hurt, stomach, and various physiological problems. Coming to the methodology, for the present study, we have recruited over 2,000 young adults and collected data on socio-demographic variables by using pre-tested modified interview schedules, and the data on substance use has been collected by using WHO assessed tool. The result shows that overall 8.2% of the young adults have used cannabis ever in their life, and 3.1% of the studied participants are at its addiction risk. However, we have seen that among those who have ever used cannabis, 64.5% are at its addiction risk, which indicates that if the use will be increasing like this, then its addiction risk will also increase and leading to various health problems in this young generation, which forms the future of the nation. Further, male gender, postgraduate students, higher parental education, parents in business, higher socioeconomic status have been identified as the socio-demographic risk factors for both use and addiction risk of cannabis. Male gender is associated with less stigma that is associated with the psychoactive substance use or drug use in comparison to females. However, higher parental education, parents in business represents the more career-oriented nature of parents, which leads to unsupervised use of money and resources, and which that maybe has been used by the children for taking substances. So these are the identified socio-demographic risk factors. However, coming to the conclusion, the present study revealed a high prevalence of cannabis use and its addiction risk, not only as a public health concern, but also as a legal concern, because this is an illegal substance in India. Further, male genders, postgraduate individuals with working parents are identified as the risk factors for both cannabis use and addiction. Considering this increasing trend of cannabis use and its
addiction despite its being illegal and emerging negative health effects of cannabis use. Target interventions are required, which should address early identification, preventions, and tailored strategies to mitigate cannabis-related harm, specifically among young adults, which will reduce the health burden.
So it's a very good study and ending. So if any questions you have, bombard her during her. Okay, not now. Next slide. Liam Satyajit Singh. Okay. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone present. I am going to present on the behavioral correlates of obesity, a study in rural Punjab. So, the WHO defines overweight and obesity as abnormal or excessive fat accumulation that presents a risk for health. It was declared as a global epidemic in 1997, and then a historical landmark in obesity was reached when the number of adults with excess weight surpassed the number of underweight individuals. So, obesity, the prevalence of obesity in India is reported at 24.2%, with Punjab being one of the states with the highest prevalence of obesity for the past 15 years. And then obesity is a multifactorial condition with a strong association with behavioral factors such as poor dietary choices, physical inactivity, and substance use, which includes like alcohol consumption and smoking. The present study aims to understand the behavioral correlates of obesity among the adults aged 18 years and above in rural Punjab. The study was a cross-sectional study conducted among the rural community of Mansa district, Punjab. Anthropometric measurements and behavioral factors were collected from 2,351 adults through health screening camps held in the villages. The definition for obesity was used under the WHO Asia the specific classification, and physical activity and sedentary behavior were assessed using GPAC. The prevalence of general obesity and central obesity was alarming in the study population, with approximately 50% of the participants having general obesity and more than 3/4 of the population having central obesity, with the highest prevalence in weight ratio with more than 90% prevalence. Significant association were also observed between behavioral factors and measures of obesity, with vegetarians having significant higher prevalence of high waist circumference, high waist ratio, and high BMI. Alcohol consumption, those who do not consume alcohol had significantly higher prevalence of all measures of central obesity. Those who do not consume tobacco and individuals with high sedentary behavior had higher prevalence, significantly higher prevalence of all measures of obesity. The adjusted odds ratio by adjusting the behavioral covariates revealed that sedentary behavior and tobacco use, those who do not use tobacco were at significantly higher risk for all measures of obesity. Vegetarian diet show higher odds of general obesity. Those who do not consume alcohol had higher odds of high waist circumference and high waist ratio. The higher prevalence. So the high sedentary behavior having higher also obesity. Obesity may be due to the fact that sedentary behavior directly reduces energy expenditure, which leads to like positive energy balance. leading to accumulation of weight over time. Those who do not use tobacco may have higher risk due to the fact that tobacco is often associated with suppressing appetite and increasing metabolism. Vegetarian in the study population show a higher obesity risk possibly due to high sugar and high calorie food like dairy products in the study population. The moderate alcohol consumption has been linked to lower obesity, potentially due to the caloric intake of alcoholic beverages offset by reduced food intake. The nutritional transition that is penetrating in the rural population with increased physical inactivity and increased consumption of unhealthy diets, processed food and semi-processed food may be a contributing factor to this high obesity rate. So the study supports the rising prevalence of obesity within the rural Indian population. Targeted intervention should concentrate on reducing sedentary behavior and promoting healthier lifestyle.
Okay, so it's
Next is Mr. Jaspreet Singh, research scholar, Amity Institute of Social Sciences.
Good afternoon. So, earlier I'm Jaspreet Singh, research scholar. I'm presenting my paper on topic community-based crisis management, the role of self-help groups in mitigating the impact of COVID-19 in rural India. Introduction: the self-help group is a community-based organization. The present paper focused on the role played by the self-help groups in health care and providing the economic assistance and providing the food security to the needy during the time of COVID. The methodology exploratory and explanatory in nature. The key findings are the self-help group made a prominent role in providing healthcare services for and manufacturing sanitizers, masks, and other protective gears when the shortage was high. In economic assistance, they provided the loans to their community members, and in food security, they have opened up the 10,000 community kitchens. The conclusion is the SSG played a crucial role in managing the social, economic, and health crisis caused by the pandemic in rural India. SSG worked as a bridge between government welfare programs and the rural people during the pandemic to ensure that the government relief reached the neediest people. Their swift action and the strong community connection underline the effectiveness of grassroots organizations in crisis management. SSGs proved to be a beacon of hope during the pandemic, offering a helping hand in material terms, but all above in terms of emotional and social support. The recommendations: SSGs should be formally recognized as key actors in national and state disaster management framework. Government should establish partnerships with SSGs for crisis response and recovery, allocating financial resources, especially for SSG, to enhance their capacity during emergencies, such as providing them special grants, can prove their responsiveness, and by providing comprehensive training on disaster preparedness, response, and management to SSG member for tackling another such future crisis. Thank you. Thank you so much.
the self-help groups, right? Yes. Yes. Self-help groups really do matter. Therefore, they have to be given much more. They have to be empowered. They need to be great. Absolutely. Thank you.
Now, rest of the deliberations are in online mode. So, I would call upon Ms. Gina Wehambam, research scholar, Department of Anthropology, to please share her screen. And you have only 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, sir. Sir, my slide can't be shared. It says someone else is sharing.
You can try now. Go ahead. You have only 5 minutes. Go directly to your objectives.
Okay. I okay. The present study is a review study which aims at
Screen is not visible.
pardon, sir.
Share your screen again. It is
Sir,
not visible.
my screen is not
Screen is
visible.
not visible. Share it again.
You can tell us what you have done in your study. Give us the results, objectives, method, results, and conclusions. That's all. So, the minimum
Okay,
possible.
I'll just speak on this one. The key strategies for better management of PCOS are the need for specific biological markers and understanding the risk factor.
I think she got disconnected. We can take her towards the end. So the next online speaker is Miss Shilpi Beriyar, Research Scholar, Department of Anthropology, MIT University, and Shiv Natar Institution of Eminence. So please go ahead with the presentation. You have only 5 minutes. Please share your screen.
I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, it is visible. Just start your presentation as soon as possible.
So my topic of the good afternoon all. My topic of the presentation is perception, knowledge and awareness about female breast cancer among men in urban areas of Delhi NCR. So I'll not take time for the introduction. As we all are aware that the breast cancer is the #1 diagnosed cancer as per the Globocon 2020, and it has surpassed the lung cancer as well. But breast cancer still has been thought as a woman's health issue, leading to the lack of awareness and knowledge among men. However, men play a crucial role in the early detection and support, but particularly as caregiver and family member. This study is I'm audible?
You're audible, but your screen is not shared. You are just sharing your Gmail account.
Tell us what you've done.
Just hurry up and go to your objectives directly and your results and conclude.
Okay. Now it is visible?
Yes, it is visible now. Please go ahead with your objectives.
Okay.
Results and conclude.
So, as we were already, I was discussing about that, the male plays a great role as a caregiver for the breast cancer patients. The goal is to understand that how much awareness a male is having an understanding of disease and its implication on early diagnosis. So, the quick some key facts of the WHO in 2022, 6,70,000 deaths occur due to breast cancer. Roughly half of the breast cancer occur in women with no specific risk factor. Breast cancer is the most common cancer in 157 countries, and breast cancer occur in every country in the world. Approximately 0.5 to 1% of the breast cancer occur in men as well. This fact is not well aware among the men as well. quickly, I will take you that in total 11.7% of the female are affected by breast cancer globally. But if we think just in the female population of the world, 24.5% of the females are affected with the breast cancer. And if we go deep down in it is 31% of the females are affected with the breast cancer. And if we look in the Asia, we are on the second number, that is 10.8% of the females are affected with the breast cancer. And the breast cancer occurrence in the age group of 30 to 40 years are increasing. You can see the comparison analysis between in the past 25 years, and the occurrence of the breast cancer has increased in the age group of 30 to 50 years. And our population pyramid is increasing more towards the 30 to 30, going towards the 30 to 40 years, and the occurrence of the breast cancer in this population group is increasing. So it's very alarming. It's globally a public health issue. And if we see the ICMR National Cancer Registry Program report, you'll see 15 to 30 for 64 years women, the most affected in the females, are most affected in the cancer, in the breast cancer. So it was very interesting when I started my study. So I thought of surveying men whether they are aware about the cancer. The participants were selected using random sampling. That data was analyzed using statistical tools. The study reveals that 65% of the respondent has limited or incorrect knowledge about the risk factors, symptoms, and treatment. Only 30% recognize the importance of the early routine and the routine screening, while 20% of the people are aware about the family history. Family history is something that people think that if somebody is having a family history for the breast cancer, that's the only risk factor. But it's the topmost myth, because breast cancer is something which has not just linked with the family history, it has linked with the so many risk factors these days, with the urbanization and the increasing occurrence of the breast cancer in the 30 to 45 age group. So it's very important for us to know about the risk factors as well. Men with higher education levels in the professional qualification are aware about the breast cancer. The majority of the respondent expressed the willingness to support the initiative if they have been informed better. A whopping 78% of the surveyed population didn't know that the breast cancer can even occur in the males. The finding highlights a significant gap in the awareness about the breast cancer among men in urban Delhi NCR. Enhancing men's understanding through educational campaign. Further initiatives should focus on increasing cancer literacy among men, particularly in urban setting, to foster a supportive environment for women facing the issue. The major problem that we are facing, that we think that the breast cancer is a female issue, so that the men are less aware about it. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next presenter, Ms. Wemhyu Thahu, research scholar, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Meghalaya. Please share your screen.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me, sir? Hello? Hello, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, please share your screen, and you have 5 minutes for the presentation. Start with the objectives, your methodology, your results, and your conclusion.
Okay, sir. Okay, so the title of my presentation is The Prevalence of Obesity, Hypertension, and Diabetes by Menopausal Status among the Cheksang Naga Women of Nagaland. And the objective is to assess the prevalence of obesity, hypertension, and diabetes among the Cheksang women. And this study will also investigate the relationship between anthropometric variables, blood pressure, and blood sugar levels concerning these health conditions across the menopausal stages. This is a cross-sectional study conducted among the Cheksang women and aged 35 to 64 years, and they were categorized into 3 groups: premenopausal, perimenopausal, and postmenopausal. And the sample size was 594 women, with 203 belonging to the premenopausal, 191 perimenopausal, and 200 postmenopausal. And from these are the findings. This table presents the anthropometric blood pressure and blood sugar characteristics of the study population. And we see that perimenopausal are taller, heavier than their pre- and postmenopausal counterparts, while with regard to hypertension, we see that the postmenopausal exhibited higher blood pressure levels. And the ANOVA analysis indicates significant differences in anthropometric variables and blood pressure across the menopausal stages, except for blood sugar levels, suggesting change in these health conditions as women transition through menopause. And table 2, we have used the a correlation test to assess the association between the anthropometric indices with blood pressure and blood sugar levels. And from this table, we see that there are strong associations in the premenopausal women, that there are significant positive correlations between anthropometric measures and hypertension as well as blood sugar levels. And while we see there's a diminished impact in perimenopausal and postmenopausal women, while some positive correlations are there in the peri, they are very less pronounced, while the postmenopausal group show poor correlation with hypertension and blood sugar, suggesting other factors may play a larger role. And the linear regression analysis shows that this model performs better in the premenopausal group for SBP, DPP, and blood sugar, while in the peri and post, its effectiveness decreases with low R-square values and statistical insignificance. So the anthropometric indices might help understand variations in systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, and blood sugar for premenopausal women, but not for peri and post menopausal women. So the results, we find that there's a very high prevalence of overweight and obesity in the Chaksang women, especially in the perimenopausal group. And we also find that there's also a very increased risk of central obesity for peri and postmenopausal women. While with respect to hypertension, the postmenopausal women were at risk, and for diabetes, it was the perimenopausal women. So in this present study, we find that obesity is a risk factor for hypertension and diabetes in premenopausal women, but not in peri and postmenopausal women, which suggests that factors other than anthropometric measures such as hormonal changes, lifestyle factors, or socioeconomic parameters could be influencing the health conditions in them. So the transition to perimenopause and menopause is a critical period for women characterized by significant hormonal changes because that can influence weight distribution and their overall health. We also find that women in their midlife are very much ignored, very understudied, despite a wide range of biological processes being altered because of neuroendocrinological changes happening during this phase of their life. So what can we do to promote better health among women? A change in lifestyle marked by regular physical activity and a proper balanced diet is crucial to counter chronic diseases. Awareness and educational programs can highlight such issues and encourage people to adopt healthy living habits. And lifestyle interventions are of utmost importance as they have proved to be effective in the prevention of adverse changes in body composition during the pre to post-menopausal period. And women must implement lifestyle modifications during the pre and perimenopausal phases to help prevent menopause-related visceral adiposity and reduce metabolic risks. Thank you.
Next online presenter is Ms. Akshita Srivastav, Research Scholar, Department of Psychology, Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, Lucknow campus. So Akshita, please share your screen. You have 5 minutes for the presentation. Please unmute yourself and start the presentation.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please start the presentation.
Yeah, sir. A very good afternoon to all the respected delegates present here. Myself, Akshita Srivastav, Research Scholar, Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, Amity University, Lucknow campus. My topic is assessing the role of ethno-medicinal Ayush practices in promoting health equity. Coming on the first slide, before we move further, we want to know what is Ayush practices. This presentation explored the impact of ethno-medicinal practices within the Ayush framework on health equity. Ayush stands for Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopathy. These systems encompass traditional healing practices that emphasize holistic well-being and the use of natural resources to promote health, often rooted in cultural beliefs. Now, ethnomedicinal practices explain. Ethnomedicines involve the use of traditional healing practices and herbal remedies that are culturally specific. These practices often provide accessible and cost-effective health solutions, particularly in undeserved communities, promoting health equity. Now, what do we mean by health equity? Health equity refers to the fair distribution of health resources and opportunities. It aims to ensure that everyone, regardless of their socio-economic status, has access to quality health care and services, promoting overall well-being. This is the rationale of my studies. Coming on the aims and objective, this presentation aimed to investigate the contribution of ethnomedicinal Ayush practices in promoting health equity by analyzing their accessibility, affordability, and effectiveness in addressing health disparities, particularly among marginalized populations. This is the research design. I use ex post facto mixed method research design. A pilot study was conducted in rural areas to validate the study. Following these inclusion and exclusion criteria, in inclusion criteria, people living in rural areas were selected. People taking Ayush ethnomedicinal medications were included. In the exclusion criteria, people not living in rural areas were excluded, and people taking other medication rather than Ayush ethnomedicines were also excluded. Now, coming on the results, these are the points which mainly focus on the result of this study. Increased access. Ayush practices, especially in rural areas, were found to be more accessible and affordable for marginalized population, with 70% of rural respondents using Ayush as a primary healthcare option. Health outcomes. Communities using Ayush remedies saw better management of chronic disease and lower healthcare costs, with 58% reporting improved health. Third, integration with modern medicine. Patients using a combination of Ayush and modern medicine experienced better overall health, with 65% reporting positive outcomes. Challenges. Despite its benefits, Ayush faces challenges in standardization and regularity support, with half of healthcare professionals concerned about its scientific validation. Cultural acceptance. Strong cultural ties to ethnomedicines led to higher patient satisfaction and treatment adherence, particularly in indigenous community. Now, these are the challenges which were faced during the conducting this study. Despite their potential, Ayush practices encounter challenges such as regulatory barriers, lack of institutionalization, and limited research on efficacy. Addressing these issues is crucial for maximizing their impact on health equity. However, challenges.
Should you please conclude?
Yeah, okay, sir. These are the conclusion of my studies. In conclusion, ethnomedicinal Ayush practices hold significant potential to advance health equity. By addressing these challenges and fostering collaboration, we can create a more inclusive healthcare system that benefits all communities. The research concludes that while Ayush holds a great potential to promote health equity, a balanced and integrated approach where modern medicine and traditional practices work in synergy is necessary for sustainable healthcare solution. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you, sir.
last presentation for the day, Ms. Gina was connected. So please,
Okay, sir.
And
I am here.
4 minutes. So please try to go directly to your results and conclusion.
Hello. Please kindly share my slide. I have already sent my slide. Hello. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. My topic is on polycystic ovarian syndrome and its predisposing factors among Indian women. This is the review study. I'll just go to the result part. This is an review study. The key strategies for better management of PCOS are the need for specific biological markers and understanding the risk factor consequences of PCOS. sorry, 18 original articles publishing from 2011 to 22 were reviewed after careful analysis of the data and found that the prevalence of PCOS being significantly high among the Indian population. The previous figure represents the prevalence rate among various states of India, and the table studied showed the prevalence of PCOS, which at least one subset of diagnostic criteria and the primary exposure with the presence of the risk factors. And the pool prevalence of the selected studies was 12.5%, which is higher than the overall prevalence of PCOS in a review analysis conducted among the Chinese women, which was 10.10%. And the data from the literature studies have identified certain potential risk factors causing PCOS. The risk factors include obesity, oligo or amenorrhea, insulin resistance, family history of diabetes, low socioeconomic status, emotional problem, and family history of PCOS. And a longitudinal study conducted among the female population of Tamil Nadu revealed a strong association between women with obesity and PCOS. And in addition, menstrual irregularities and hirsutism were used.
No.
Pardon, sir?
Conclude your presentation.
Okay, it can be concluded that the clinical presentations of PCOS are pretty diverse, and it is easy to confuse it with other endocrine diseases such as hyperprolactinemia, abnormal thyroid function, etc. And there is a need for a population-specific research studies to encourage as an intervention to reduce the various potential risk factors of PCOS. Thank you, sir.
We thank all the participants present here and online for this wonderful session. I would now like to call upon Professor P.C. Joshi to felicitate our chair as a token of gratitude.
But there were 9 presentations. The presentations were short yet meaningful, and there were many different stories of health that were narrated, and you could have many questions. But as a matter of fact, because of the constant of time, if you get those presenters in the lunch arena, you can get them. But the online presenters, sorry. Anyway, thank you so much.
I would now like to call upon Professor Robi Dev to felicitate our co-chair with a token of gratitude. And now I would request everybody to move for lunch. Thank you for this wonderful session. See you after lunch. Please move to your respective sessions after lunch. Okay, we are starting the next session from 2:45 p.m. So please, we request you to finish your lunch fast, and then we can proceed with the sessions.
issues including perception of sexuality and sexual behaviors among the adolescent girls in West Bengal and in the state of Sikkim. The research endeavors she was involved centered around empirical investigations based on the first hand data collection. Finally, in the latter year, she was engaged in elderly health and health of Alzheimer's caregiver. It's our pleasure to have you here, ma'am. I just want to invite you to chair the session, please. Good afternoon, everybody. So, I think you have a great session, lunch session just before, and let us again concentrate us in this session, academic session. So here in this session, it will continue. It was supposed to continue up to 4 p.m. Now it's already 3, and in this session we have 6 speakers in total, of which one is invited speaker. She is none other than Dr. Minal Dhal. So I would request Minal to come over the stage and take the podium. So now I have to engage myself with a very bitter part of the whole thing. So you will be given 15 minutes. Okay? Please try to complete with that. And let me say a few words, as it is the customary, about you. Dr. Minal Dhal is an assistant professor in Department of Anthropology in University of Delhi. She completed her PhD in 2013 on patterns of physical activity and metabolic syndrome among adults of Delhi. She also has received a postgraduate diploma in public health nutrition from PHFI Delhi in 2011. Dr. Dhal has been actively working on public health problems, especially obesity and cardiometabolic disease, nutritional status, physical activity, and its related health outcome among different populations. Dr. Minal also has 17 international and national publications in this field. So, today she will be presenting she will tell us something about healthy aging and artificial intelligence. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected chairperson, faculty, students, and attendees of this conference. Today I'll speak on healthy aging and artificial intelligence. So before going to tell you about healthy aging, one should know what is aging. So aging is nothing but to become old in a layman term or in a layman language, and it can be defined as the time-related deterioration of the physiological functions necessary for survival. So aging is a progressive physiological change in an organism that lead to senescence or decline of biological functions and of individuals' ability to adapt to metabolic stress. So it is a very natural process or stage of human growth and development. Now, when we talk about healthy aging, the concept is very complicated and depends on individual. The healthy aging is among the key frontiers for 21st century geriatrics and gerontology. And from 1997, if we can see the definition given by Rowe and Kahn, what healthy aging is being free of chronic disease, autonomy in activities of daily living, well-being, good quality of life, high social participation, only mild cognitive or functional impairment, and little or no disability. Then in 2001, Bryant et al. Said that it is a balance between abilities and challenges, appropriate external resources, and personal attitudinal characteristics, which are more of the behavioral concept. Then in 2005, Kyle said that it is a process of health maintenance and focus on the ability to continue to function physically, mentally, socially, and economically. Then in 2015, World Health Organization gave this definition of healthy aging as the process of developing and maintaining the functional ability that enables well-being in the older age. And recently in 2020, Arison gave this definition that there are different definitions, models, and metrics of healthy aging, which are increasingly dynamic and multidimensional. and drawing from biomedicine, social science, older adult perspective, and geroscience. So there are multiple models and strategies exist to guide progress in the critical emerging area of this uh, healthy aging. So there is no fixed definition or definite definition. There are so many contradictions or debates going on this. So healthy aging has been seen as a goal, physiologic state, psychological approach, marketing tool, or a scientific frontier. For some, this term constitutes illogical because this word healthy usually implies optimal function and freedom from disease, whereas in aging, it is associated with illness and loss of vitality and ability. So at present, the phrase healthy aging increasingly signals opportunities to positively and proactively impact wellness throughout the old age. And although the life expectancy nearly doubled in the 20th century, the ratio of health span, that is healthy years of life, to lifespan, that is total years of years alive, decreased. So according to the researchers, healthy ager is an older person who moves and thinks quickly and easily and who looks young or who is actively engaged across many sectors of life like their work, exercise, family, or community. So, now what is artificial intelligence? All of you must have heard about this term very frequently. So, it is nothing but a technology that enables computer and machines to stimulate human learning, comprehension, problem solving, decision making, and creativity and autonomy. So, there are different levels of artificial intelligence. Applications and devices equipped with AI can see and identify objects, and they can understand the respond to human language. And this artificial intelligence presents a very promising avenue for aging research, offering the ability to detect patterns, make accurate predictions, and extract valuable insights from large volume of complex heterogeneous data. And AI is not only a tool of convenience but a potential catalyst for profound societal transformation. So at the heart of the transformation lies the question of how artificial intelligence can be harnessed to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, that is the global phenomenon of aging society. So there is a multifaceted relationship between AI and aging society, delving into the opportunities and challenges that lies ahead. And as we as a researcher can also find out whether AI can truly be benefited to the aging society by enhancing the quality of life, addressing workforce shortages and fostering social inclusion, or whether it will worsen or increase existing disparities and ethical dilemmas, because whenever new thing comes up, positive and negative things come with that. So, according to the United Nations, the number of people aged 60 years and older is projected to be doubled by 2050 and reaching over 2.1 billion up from 962 million in 2017. So this demographic shift is even more pronounced in the certain regions like Europe or North America, who experiencing a more rapid increase in the proportion of their aging population compared to the other parts of the world. And the reason behind this demographic change are multifaceted, including uh, improved healthcare, lower fertility rates, and advances in science and medicine that extend the life expectancy. So in countries like Japan, Italy, Germany, the proportion of the population over the age of 65 has already surpassed 20% and placing significant strain on social security system, healthcare service and the workforce. While when we talk about the developing countries like India, who witnessing the onset of aging trend, which is expected to accelerate in the coming decades, posing unique challenges to their still developing economic and healthcare infrastructure. So AI or artificial intelligence can offer a scalable, efficient solution to bridge this gap. Now, the need for innovative solutions has never been more critical, and as we will explore in these sections, AI may hold the key to addressing many of the challenges associated with the aging society, offering hope for a future where elderly can lead fulfilling, independent, and healthy lives. So the main challenges associated with aging and society are these, which you can see on in the slide. And I'm not going into detail because of shortage of time. Quickly, I'll just tell you about this healthcare demand and cost. Like older individuals often have multiple complex health needs like chronic disease, mobility issues, mental health conditions like dementia and depression. So this increased demand for healthcare not only strains resources but significantly elevates the healthcare costs, challenging the sustainability of health system worldwide. Then, when we talk about the infrastructure and accessibility, it ensures accessibility and safety for the elderly while promoting their independence and mobility, which is a significant challenge that requires thoughtful planning and investment. Pension system and financial security. I think we all are aware about this challenge faced by elderly. Then social isolation and mental health. There is a loss of social connection due to non-physical movement may contribute to the mental health issues and lead to diminished quality of life among them. And then caregiving and support system. The physical, emotional, and financial burden of caregiving often falls on family and significant implications on their well-being and economic stability. So for all these challenges, artificial intelligence holds a very promising, powerful tool in mitigating some of the most pressing issues associated with an aging society. And AI can play a pivotal role in shaping a future that not only meets the need of an aging population but also enhances the quality of life for all. Now, these are the few points in the artificial healthcare which extend the quality of life, like artificial intelligence in social integration and inclusion, where smart homes and cities that adapt to need or to the need of the elderly, promoting independence and safety. Where the AI-driven technologies offer a glimpse into a future where older adults can enjoy greater autonomy within their own living space through voice activated system, automated home appliances, AI powered health monitoring devices. Daily tasks and routine become more manageable for the elderly, reducing the need for constant human assistance. Then promoting social inclusion through technology. AI powered communication tools and social platforms can facilitate easier interaction with friends and family, bridging the gap that physical limitations might impose. And virtual reality, VR, which is very
Only 3 minutes left, okay? 3 minutes left.
3 minutes, right. So VR application offers immense experience that can transport the elderly to social gathering, cultural events, or even travel destinations, all from the comfort of their homes. So these technologies help the emotional and psychological contribute to the emotional and psychological well-being of the elderly. Then AI-powered platform for continuous learning, mental management, where revolutionizing learning and engagement is there, enhancing social connectivity is there. So it may increase or improve the quality of life of the elderly. Lastly, there will be virtual health assistance and monitoring system for the elderly, promoting independence, where the monitoring system can be a watchful eye for them and empowering through the technology. So,
Can you move to your conclusion section?
yeah, and
please.
conclude.
Okay,
Yeah.
please.
So, take home message for this discussion or this lecture is that AI serves as a catalyst for positive change in aging societies, enriching the lives of older adults and fostering a more age-friendly world. And by embracing innovation, fostering collaboration, and upholding ethical principles, we can pave the way for a future where AI empowers older adults to live healthier, more connected and fulfilling lives, because it's a time to harness the potential of AI to create a world where aging is not just a demographic reality but a vibrant and inclusive part of society. Although in developing countries it is there will be a long time to adapt all these things, but these things are coming up in this. And lastly, I would like to thank the committee of 54th Annual Conference of Indian Anthropological Society and Department of Anthropology, Amity University, for giving me this platform. My research scholars for helping me gathering the information about this lecture, and Department of Anthropology University. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Minal, for the very timely, appropriate presentation. And the subject matter is really very apt for the time, for the day. And I think we are really rushing for time. So, if possible, we can take questions for all the speakers at the end of this session. Okay. So, our next speaker will be Mrs. Prasangsha Kaushik. Sorry, yeah.
I would like to invite our esteemed co-chair, Dr. Shweta Rawat ma'am. Dr. Shweta Rawat is scientist F in Defense Institute of Physiology and Allied Sciences in Delhi. Her area of interest is anthropometry-based sizing and designing of protective gear, equipment, uniform, and workstation. Dr. Rawat has successfully completed projects in collaboration with armed forces, where her recommendations have been appreciated and implemented. She is also working jointly with Rapid Action Force, CRPF, and SPG for designing of protective anti-riot gears. She has filed national and international patents and registered designs of the product developed. She has been granted 2 international patents. Dr. Rawat has published her research in various DRDO reports and journals of repute. She has been awarded National Award for Young Women showing excellence through application of SNT for societal benefits by Honorable President of India for her work towards development of full body protectors for females engaged in riot control situations. Dr. Shweta and her team were also honored with the prestigious Agni Award for excellence in self-reliance on Technology Day 2022. Over to you, ma'am.
So, may I request Mrs. Prasangsha Kaushik?
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Stick to the time. You present your methodology and findings.
A very warm good afternoon to everyone. So today I am going to present standardization protocol of multiplex armed PCR for beta thalassemia. Directly I am going to my methodology. So we collected 3 ml peripheral blood from individual subjects from students of Delhi NCR, studying in the University of Delhi and Amity University with consent, and then we extracted DNA using lab standardized protocol, and I designed a multiplex PCR in such a way that the allele specific mutation can be detected from these individuals. So from various published research paper, I found that there are various common mutations. There are various common mutations in North India as well as in Central India, namely this IVS 15, IVS 11, codon 89, codon 41, 42, and 619 base pair deletion. So I designed all these 8 mutations in 2 panels. Panel 1 for IVS 15 codon 89, codon 41, 42 and 619 base pair deletion. And in panel 2, I designed for HBE codon 15, CAF1, IVS 11 mutation. So all these are the mutation of beta thalassemia, and I designed in such a way that the amplified product will be such that we can easily distinguish between these mutations. This is the amplification cycle and the temperature and the cyclic condition in the table number 4, and table number 3 consists of the reaction mixtures like genomic DNA. I take 50 to 100 nanogram. We can take the genomic DNA. We can take 60 nanogram, 70 nanogram. Basically, we can use that. And this mutant specific primer means we use all these panel 1, all these panel 1 mutations in this mutant specific primer, and this common primer consists of this common primer helps in detection that our PCR reaction is successful or not. So this is my result of this standardization protocol. In lane 1 consists of figure number 1. Lane 1 consists of lane 1. Ma'am, this is my result. In lane 1 is a ladder, 100 base pair ladder. Lane 2 consists of IVS 15 mutation with one band at 861 base pair, which tells us that this is the successful PCR reaction, and one band found at 285 base pair. The next mutation is IVS 11, and it's consists of 281 base pair band. Similarly, 4142 at 439, 81 and codon 89 consists of at 225 and 619 deletion. After the standardization protocol, to completely sure, we go for this sequencing analysis, and these are the various chromatographs showing these different mutations. One is HBE mutation, second is IVS 15, and third is codon 89. So from these data, I can conclude that this multiplex arms PCR is cost-effective method, because as we go for the sequencing, it is very costly, and in some labs there is no sequencer analyzer in some labs, so we can go for PCR. PCR is a common equipment found in all the biochemical biotech labs, so we can use that for this detection of beta thalassemia. Second, it's reduced both times. If we use individual arm PCR for this, then we have to run at least 4 to 5 single tube for one mutation. And in multiplex arms PCR, we can use only single tube for 4 to 5 mutations. So it's reduced time as well as manpower. So it's a cost-effective method. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant sir. Now we invite Ms. Rashi Thakur. Our topic is genetic signatures of estrogen receptors in understanding cognitive well-being during menopause. A review. Please stick to time. Findings, conclusion.
Good afternoon, Chair, Co-Chair, and everyone present here. Myself, Rashi Thakur, a research scholar from Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi, and today I'm going to present on the topic genetic signatures of estrogen receptors in understanding cognitive well-being during menopause, a review. So, menopause is an important transitional event which marks the end of reproductive life and the beginning of post-reproductive life in both humans and some other mammals. A woman goes through significant psychological and physiological shifts throughout the reproductive stage, which results in the estrogen exposure having a significant impact on her health in the long run.
So as we can see in the figure, this holds true not during just her fertile period, but even after her reproductive stage once she attains menopause. Menopause is a natural physiological process in women due to the decline in generative.
Please go to your methodology, your findings. These all things you can skip.
So why this study? So why this study? So as a person ages, their cognitive function in decline, which is inevitable, but menopause places an additional burden on aging women. And there have been studies for association of differential distribution of estrogen stimulating receptor polymorphic variant with health issues that occur during menopause, some of which are bone mineral density, vasomotor symptoms, breast cancer, cardiovascular disease, Alzheimer disease. So it is important to understand the role of estrogen receptors. And the aim of this presentation would be to review the SNPs of estrogen receptors, especially ESR1, its association and impact on the cognitive health outcomes as a result of menopause, which can serve as an important marker for prophylaxis and prevention of cognitive decline in women during midlife years. Coming to the sex hormone estrogen, there are four types of estrogen, among which E2 estradiol is the most prevalent one, and it is produced through ovaries in premenopausal women, which is the gonadal one, and the extragonadal estradiol, which is synthesized and secreted through adipose, brain, and bone tissues. The gonadal one serves as an endocrine factor influencing distal tissues, and the extragonadal one functions locally as paracrine or intracrine factor, and it is only the extragonadal estradiol that is present in women after menopause. As I've said that estrogen is also synthesized in the brain, so the brain-derived estrogen functions as synaptic function and plasticity, cognitive function, sexual differentiation and reproduction, social sexual behavior, and neuroprotection. Estrogen receptors and its polymorphisms. So estrogen is an important. Ma'am, sorry, because we started late. Already 5 minutes were allotted. So this slide talks about the estrogen receptors and its polymorphisms. I'll just read that there are two important estrogen receptors. One is ESR1 and other is ESR2, and their locations are quite closer in the chromosome number 6. And coming to the action and signaling pathway, so action of estrogen is mediated in the target tissues by binding itself to the estrogen receptors, and it is only those tissues in the body that are having the estrogen receptors which are affected by the estrogen molecules when they circulate in the bloodstream and move throughout the body. This is the diagram that shows the signaling pathway of the estrogens. There are two, as I said, there are two important receptors of estrogen, estrogen receptor 1 and estrogen receptor 2. And there have been studies which say that these two estrogen receptors are having associations with various cognitive functions like processing speed, memory, verbal memory, visual memory, in various studies. Like these are 4 studies, but I won't be going to all of them. It will take time, sorry. Coming to the final one. So there have been dominant role of depleting estrogen levels with the depletion of ovarian reserve during menopausal phase for the decline in cognitive functioning. So population and clinical researches on estrogen replacement therapies have shown improvement for cognitive functioning during menopause transition, but there have been individual differences in the estrogen receptor expression. This is the result from all the studies. This is the final. I'll just conclude it. So from all the studies that I've seen, there have been inconsistencies in producing the result. There have been differences in the racial and ethnic systems because the genetic backgrounds and the environmental effects and their interaction have been diverse.
So the study is hoping to utilize these receptors and the possibilities of using them in designation of women who would benefit from estrogen therapy with respect to cognitive functions and other psychobiological health outcomes in menopause. So in conclusion, it is demonstrated from all the studies in this review that these polymorphisms can be considered as one of the genetic markers for predicting general health outcomes and can be used to make possible early therapeutic interventions in women at high risk for health consequences such as cognitive decline as a result of menopause and menopausal transition. These are the references used for this presentation, and I would like to acknowledge my research supervisor, Dr. Meenal Dhar, Indian Anthropological Society, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, UGC JRF, and family and friends.
It's very difficult and not very good to say people don't go ahead and all that, but we are helpless. So our next speaker will be Jyoti Gerwal. So the same thing for you also. Please stick to 5 minutes. Only very brief objective, no introduction, and your methods, and then final results. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Jyoti Garewal, Department of Anthropology from Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. The title of my presentation is Interaction between LCT gene variants and the lifestyle factors on metabolic traits among the females of reproductive age group of district Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, India. The methodologies of my presentation. The present study was conducted on the females of reproductive age group of district Mandi, Himachal Pradesh. Blood sample anthropometry and sociodemographic data was collected from the females of age group of 15 to 49 years. A subsample of 120 respondents was analyzed for the purpose. Measurement like height, weight, and waist, hip, and mid upper arm circumference were recorded following the standard technique. The instrument Omron, bioelectrical impedance, and the anthropometer rod were calibrated and used to find out body age, body fat, visceral fat, skeletal muscle, resting metabolic rate, and body mass index, and the dietary intake and physical activity were assessed using a validated interview administered semi-quantitative food frequency questionnaire. Genotyping of LCT gene SNP, RS number 4988235 was identified by polymerase chain reaction method. The result of my study is there was a significant interaction between SNP, RS number 4988235 and milk intake, where the A allele carriers had increased risk of obesity than those with CC genotype. Furthermore, among those who were physically inactive, the A allele carriers of the SNP had increased risk of obesity than those with CC genotype. The conclusion of my study is this is the first nutrigenic study to provide evidence for a gene diet and a gene physical activity interaction on LCT gene and obesity in North Indian Himachali population. Our findings LCT gene, SNP, and obesity might be influenced by milk intake and physical inactivity. Furthermore, understanding of understanding of how LCT gene influences obesity through milk intake and exercise intervention is warranted to advance the development of behavioral intervention and personalized lifestyle strategies, which could reduce the risk of metabolic disease in North Indian Himachali population. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jyoti, for sticking to time. Now we invite Mrs. Saheli Day. Yeah. She'll talk about gestational diabetes mellitus.
I have told you, if you can finish it this time, we'll take some questions. Some questions for people. Mic थोड़ा
Good afternoon, everyone present here. So, my topic is gestational diabetes mellitus, and I will very quickly go through my introduction. So, what is GDM? Gestational diabetes mellitus is basically the type of diabetes that occur during the 24 to 28 week of gestational period, and it was categorized as hyperglycemia. So the global prevalence of this GDM nowadays is 14.7%. However, in India, it's 19.11%, which is increasing over the years. So, so let us understand the risk factor of maternal complications like maternal age, obesity, the family history of diabetes, low physical activity, micronutrient deficiencies, genetic mutation, and epigenetic alterations are found as risk factor for GDM and further leads to increased risk of type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease to the mother. Not only this, the fetal also got affected. The fetal got macrosomia and large for gestational age, elevated future risk of obesity and type 2 diabetes. It is important to understand the causes of GDM. So the first cause is the hormonal change. During pregnancy, human placental lactogen produced through placenta that interfered the action of insulin. This this hormone block and decrease the insulin resistance and increase the blood sugar level and results into GDM. Ma'am, as this is a kind of review, so we don't have that. Yes, please. So that's why I directly came to what I really want to discuss. Thank you. Okay. So next is pancreatic dysfunction. Pancreatic dysfunction is also not be able to produce enough insulin to meet the increased demand of pregnancy and leading to GDM. Multiple immediate and long-term health consequences of mother and baby leads to urgent need to identify factors that are driving the GDM risk. So the low folate level and high folate level individually or in respect to vitamin B12 plays an important role in development of GDM. Here I want to mention that from traditionally we believe that low folate level create a problem and leads to neural tube defect. However, the new studies or the recent studies reports that high folate level accumulation of this high folate or the excess supplementation also creating a problem and leading to many adversities, and one of those adversity is the GDM. High folate level during pregnancy can disturb the folate cycle, hence lead to hyperhomocystinemia. Vitamin B12 is essential for proper functioning of folate cycle. So deficiency in B12 levels can elevate homocysteine level, which leads to cardiovascular disease. Elevated level of homocysteine create inflammation and decrease the insulin resistance and lead to increased risk of GDM severity. Further, the imbalance between folate and vitamin B12 may signal underlying metabolic disturbance that predispose individual to GDM. However, this imbalance in micronutrients, that is high folate with low vitamin B12, is in need of attention and further studies are needed. Some important studies are presented where I found a prospective study in 2026 reported that daily folate supplementation in the first trimester posing 2.25-fold increased risk for GDM. Further, pre-pregnancy obesity also put their inputs and increased the risk by 5.6 folds. Another studies from Shanghai found that folate supplementation into increased rise up to 1.75 fold for GDM. Also, it was observed that intake of folate supplementation 3 weeks prior to the pregnancy, which is traditionally found to be safe for the pregnancy to save from the miscarriage or adversities, but this also increased the risk of GDM. To conclude my study, increasing concentration of folate, homocysteine, and low vitamin B12 associated with increased risk of GDM, excess intake of folic acid, and has emerged as a key risk factor in development of GDM. Given rising rates of GDM around the world, needs further research. Thank you.
Thank you, Saheli. Next speaker is Ms. Madhurima Samanta. She'll talk about anemia and its association with socio-demographic and behavioral factors.
Five minutes.
A very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Madhurima and I am a first year PhD research scholar from the Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. Today I am presenting anemia and its association with socio-demographic and behavioral factors among the fields of Jaisalmer, Rajasthan. It was a part of my master's dissertation. So, according to WHO 2023, anemia is a significant global health concern affecting 30% of women. In India, it affected 20% of men, according to NFHS 4 and 5, but increased 53% to 57%, NFHS 4 to NFHS 5, and with like the percentage of 53% and 57%, like socio-demographic and behavioral factors. So my study was a cross-sectional study conducted among the Bhils individuals aged 18 to 70 years residing in Jaisalmer district of Rajasthan. So I collected data from Bhil population-dominated villages like Mulsagar, Amarsagar, Damodara, and Kanui. So sample size was 150, 55 male and 95 female. Hematological data was collected, like hemoglobin level from each participant was measured by HemoQ, and data on socio-demographic, economic, and behavioral factors collected from each participant to standardized schedule. So this is my study area. As we all know, fields are one of the ST population of India that mainly resides in the state of Rajasthan, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra. I am using the term ST as per administrative category. As per census 2011, they are the largest tribal group in India and belongs to Indo-Aryan family. So the collected data was quantified and analyzed statistically by using SPSS software. Basic descriptive statistics like count, percentage were done, chi-square test was done. Logistic regression analysis performed to understand the effect of socio-demographic and behavioral factors of anemia. So this is my result. The prevalence of mild and severe anemia was 20% and 33.3% respectively. Overall, 53.3%, very close to the national prevalence. And it is significantly higher in females with a prevalence of 70%, 23.2% mild, and 47.4% severe, compared to 23.6% in males, 14.5% mild, and 9.1% severe. Anemia was significantly associated with sex, education, occupation, smoking status, and alcohol consumption. Unadjusted odds ratio show that female unmarried individual who are employed who have no formal education, who does not smoke and don't drink, have the higher risk of anemia. After adjusting the covariates, sex remained the only independent risk factor, with females showing nearly sevenfold higher odds of anemia than males. So anemia prevalence is quite alarming, especially among the male population. Addressing structural inequities such as limited access of education and formal employment opportunities may further mitigate anemia risk. The persistence of sex as a stronger independent associated risk factor of anemia points to the unique vulnerabilities of women in the population. So there is a basic need for targeted based intervention, public health strategy, awareness program, and lifestyle modification. So this is the reference for the study.
So we can open the session for a few questions. Precisely, I would request to ask questions, one question for each speaker. So let us start with Dr. Minal Dhal. So is there any question for Minal today from the floor? So can we move to the next speaker, Prasangsha Kaushik? She told us about the standardization protocol of multiplex. Sorry, you have one question. She is, yeah, I know. Any questions for her? So third speaker is Miss Rashi Thakur. Is there any question for her? She spoke about genetic signatures of estrogen receptors in understanding cognitive well-being during menopause. It was a review. So, no question. Fourth speaker was Jyoti Gerwal. Interaction between LCT gene variants and lifestyle factors. No question either. So, fifth speaker was Ms. Shoheli De, gestational diabetes mellitus, risk factors. Okay. So, last speaker was Ms. Madhurima Samanta. It was just finished, anemia and its association with socio-demographic and behavioral factors. So, we can conclude the session. Thank you. Okay. Still we are running behind time. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Shushmita Mukhopadhyay and Dr. Shweta Rawat to facilitate the invited speaker with a token of gratitude. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Joshi and Dr. Tani Chakrabarti to facilitate the chair of the session. And I would like to call upon Professor Barun Mukhopadhyay to come forward and facilitate Dr. Shweta Rawat. Thank you so much. I request all the participants to proceed to their respective sessions We'll be commencing with the next session, that is Public Health, Wellness and Outreach in India at 4:50. Thank you.
Ujjwala Gupta. Ujjwala Gupta. Oh, from online. Is it possible to give? देखना है वहां से कोई कौन है चेक कर सकते हैं कोई हाँ हाँ প্রচুর অনলাইন কিন্তু দুটো ইনভাইটেড আছে ওই জন্য ऑनलाइन को ज्वाइन कीजिए ज्वाइनिंग है ना तो लेट मी चेक उज्ज्वला गुप्ता डॉक्टर उज्ज्वला गुप्ता असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पब्लिक हेल्थ मैं कैसे from online Shivani Rose. Can you hear me from those who are running online? Oh. Can you hear me? Okay. Hello. Can you hear me? Those who join in online?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes,
you are audible.
Chairperson of this session. So let me check Dr. Sumit Agarwal. Are you there?
Yes, I am here only.
I'll invite you, right? And you can proceed. So then Nishant is there. Deepshika Jha is there. And those who join online, Dr. Ujjwala Gupta? No. Shibani Ghosh? Nidhuparna Hajarika?
Present, sir. I'm present.
Nidhuparna Hajarika?
Yes, sir, present. I'm present online. Am I audible, sir?
No. Kriti Sharma?
Present, sir. I'm also presenting online.
Sir, am I audible? My name is Nidhuparna Hajarika. I will be presenting online.
Okay, fine. Mriganka Dolui? Rohit Rai? Pavitra Pal? Pavitra is there? Sohini Ghosh? Okay, fine. Let us start, no?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my immense pleasure to invite you all in the session, Public Health, Wellness and Outreach in India. Before we start, we get into the main discussion and the paper presentation. So I would like to introduce our chair, Professor Dr. Suman Chakraborty, Associate Professor, Department of Anthropology and former Coordinator of Department of Food and Nutrition, Mrinalini Devi Mahavidyapith, West Bengal. Dr. Suman Chakraborty is an Associate Professor of Department of Anthropology and former Coordinator, Department of Food and Nutrition, Mrinalini Devi Mahavidyalaya in West Bengal. He is a biocultural anthropologist whose research spans Central, Eastern and Northeastern India, focusing on vulnerable populations, particularly scheduled tribes. Dr. Chakraborty's work investigates the biocultural dynamics of food, nutrition, and health with an emphasis on the relationship between food, culture, and society and their impact on the health and nutrition. He has explored the role of agriculture in food and nutritional security among the marginalized farmers and in examining gender roles in maternal and child health care, factoring in psychological dimension. Dr. Chakraborty has published extensively on nutritional transitions among scheduled tribes and is now interested in food security issues among indigenous communities in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and Asia Pacific region. It's our immense pleasure to invite you, sir, and I would like to request you to chair the session. Let me introduce another esteemed scholar, Dr. Minal Dhal. Probably we don't need to introduce her. She is a well-renowned personality and she just delivered and invited speeches before this session. So just a formality. Dr. Minal Dhal is an assistant professor in Department of Anthropology, University of Delhi. She completed her doctoral degree in 2013 on pattern of physical activities and metabolic syndrome among adults of Delhi. She has received various research and academic awards in international and national conferences. Dr. Dhal has visited South Africa, Mexico, Germany, Sweden, Australia, and France in connection with academic activities. She has been actively working on public health problems, especially obesity and cardiometabolic disease, nutritional status, gerontology, physical activity, and its related health outcome among different populations. Dr. Minal's area of interest are physiological anthropology, kinanthropometry and agronomics, human growth and development, public health and epidemiology, nutrition, physical activity, forensic science, etc. She has completed various research successfully. She is a life member of various national and international organizations. Dr. Dhal served as committee member and subject expert of various academic and administrative committee of University of Delhi, UGC, and various organizations. I welcome you. Thank you, ma'am, for coming. And I would like to, the stage is yours. Please start the session.
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much, madam, for introducing us. So let me start with the invited presentations. First is Dr. Sumit Agarwal. So I would like to request Dr. Minal Dhal to introduce the Sumit Agarwal, and invited presentation time near about 10 to 15 minutes, and other speakers who will speak the main thing within 5 minutes, right? So within 5 minutes, they can only speak the title of these presentations, the objective, main method, and what the results, the main results and conclusions. That 5 slides is very important for, okay? The rest of them, we have 2 invited speakers. First is Dr. Sumit Agarwal and then Dr. Nishant Saxena. So let me request Dr. Minal Dhal to introduce Dr. Sumit Agarwal at first.
Thank you, Dr. Suman. I welcome you all to the last session of this day. The first invited speaker is Dr. Sumit Agarwal. He is Scientist D and Program Officer for HIV/AIDS at ICMR headquarters under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. He is involved in the capacity building project on the global burden of disease at ICMR. Dr. Agarwal holds an MD in community medicine from Dr. VM Government Medical College, Sholapur, and MBBS from Government Medical College, Aurangabad, both affiliated with Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. His area of expertise is public health with the focus on HIV/AIDS. Dr. Agarwal has played an important role in the ICMR's use of drones for healthcare, helping to deliver medical supplies, vaccine and medicines to remote areas, and transporting tissue samples during surgery to hospital for testing. So it is our privilege to hear from Dr. Sumit Agarwal. Dr. Agarwal, you can start your talk now.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for inviting me. And I'm really thankful to Dr. Romide for inviting me this very academic fest on this International Anthropological Conference. So hope I am audible and my slides are visible. Can you please confirm whether my slides are visible and clear?
Yes, yes.
It is visible.
Yes. So yes, thank you, both the chairs and co-chairs for inviting me, and also, as I said, thankful to Dr. Deb for inviting me. So, as I am a public health expert, so this topic given to me is very interesting: resilience and response, the anthropological perspective in advancing public health, wellness, and outreach in diverse India. So, basically, as we know, like India is very diverse country, and this diversity brings challenges to public health, and all the like why anthropology become important, because whenever we talk about the public health, so anthropological aspects become very important because of these socio behavioral aspects that is influenced largely by the culture. So many conditions, many habits, many behaviors, and many practices that leads to a good health or bad health is really important for the public health perspective. So make it impactful the any intervention. So it is important to understand the cultural dimensions of the public health and the health research in it. So it is very important to understand the local context of anthropology, which is related to anthropology. So on the basis of this, I will just try to present something, considering the time factor, which whatever we have 10 to 15 minutes. So when I came to public health as in ICMR as a researcher, so earlier I was just looking the things from the my medical health perspective, but eventually when I started working in the public health at the ground level, so I found this image very interesting and useful. Like I felt I should meet some anthropologists to understand all these perspective. So basically, whatever topic is given me, there are three very important aspects. One is public health. Actually, you know that public health is a science of protecting health of the population at large, and ultimately by this public health we try to achieve the wellness, so a holistic approach of health. But how to achieve the wellness through the public health, that is very important. So there are many aspects, many perspectives to it, but there is one very important aspects, is outreach. So outreach is basically you have to reach to the population at the farthest and flung areas, and you have to deliver the services, or you have to make an impact which largely improve the wellness of the population. So this I will address a small context of this outreach in the, which will consider the both public health aspects and the wellness, and we will see it through the lens of anthropology. So how anthropology help us? So I have taken three examples from recent our studies which we conducted mostly in northeastern part and the very difficult terrain of the India, and the few two other studies that I will discuss on the commercial sex workers and the mpox related zero survey. So these are three different kind of studies which we implemented recently in last 2 3 years, and we faced lots of challenges which were actually related to the we were being addressed by the anthropological lenses, but definitely very important to public health perspective. So here this image which what you can see is from the Mokokchung, Nagaland, and here what we see, you can see very many army people and the police person and the many experts. That includes the anthropologist. One, you can see Dr. Nupur here, anthropologist, biotechnologist, medical health, public health experts. So many. There is a group of people, those who are working. So basically, here what we did in that. So we during the COVID-19 pandemic, as you all know, Northeast is a very difficult terrain, and we were trying to deliver vaccines through the drones. So there were many challenges which we faced there, and how we overcome these challenges, and how it was important to take the opinion and keep the involvement of anthropologists in that activity. So there were few things which I will talk on the interaction with the local community participation and their dignity and the privacy as a few concern which we were facing there. So basically, when we went there, so we were in Mokokchung, definitely not knowing the language of Nagaland, and there are lots of the different communities and tribes which speaks different language. If you know the one language, like if you know the Ao in one district, So that language that will not work in another district. So there is this they say is a state within the states. So first of all, we were facing a language barrier because it is not the state language, but more of the every district has its own language. Then there is a very strong community culture, and the identified tribe population have there are very strong community groups. So you cannot enter in village just like, okay, I just want to vaccine, and they will not interact, they will not allow. You have to go through a process, you have to contact head of the community, you have to involve the youth groups are there. So there are many things which we were, so they, and that particularly in that time they were avoiding contact with the outsiders means those who don't belong to particularly that district or that state. And then you are not native of that healthcare workers, and then you are bringing a one very alien thing, that is a drone and vaccines, and people were not aware about the drone, and people have learned like drones are mostly used for the attacks and negative things, but the using drones for the vaccine was a very important innovative. And you are doing a vaccination of a disease, and the efficacy of vaccine, people were not sure about the side effects and the efficacy. So there were many aspects which we were facing, local transition, local travel, how to involve people. They were not participating in our activities wherever we were going. So what we did, so I will just present in very brief. So basically what we did when we were doing our activities, so we went with the met with the people, and we also had interaction with their head of the village and their communities, and we asked them to identify few of the person, and we involve all these people in our activities. We identified community representatives, and we ensured whatever we are doing, whatever activities we are doing, so we are doing it through the community participations. By that, there should be a ownership on that part. Second person, like second condition, what we identified for each district, each area, we identified a local person who knows the culture, how to behave, how to talk, what is their cultural beliefs, how they want from us, like how we should talk, how we should interact. So we identified one person who was actually guiding us to interact with all these communities. And then awareness campaigns is definitely. So all these were the few things where we ensured the community participations from the community representativeness. They ultimately they felt like they are part of the process. So whatever we are doing, it is being done by them, and it is being done for them only. So by that, we were able to sort out few challenges. The very interesting phenomena is here, we know the ethic and emic. So we were seeing their things like we want to deliver vaccine through the drone, but from their perspective it was different. They were seeing us as an alien person coming from some nowhere, and they are coming with the drones and vaccine, and they want to deliver vaccine without clarity. They did not ask us to deliver vaccine. So our perspective and their perspective was totally different. So there was important of mutual understanding. So the very interesting image, like which which you can correlate from their perspective, like when we were looking at them, it may be looking like 66, and when they were looking at us, it was looking 99. So although we were looking the same thing, but our perspective was the different. So this is what few examples which we taken from the I-drone study which we conducted in Manipur and Nagaland. Second very interesting example is from assessment of monkeypox. And now it's known, says as a mpox stigma in high risk population. So basically, like mpox has been labeled as a gay disease, and we were trying to estimate the mpox stigma in the different population. Population basically MSM, men having sex with men, commercial sex workers, and the transgender population. And what we were doing, actually, we try to understand their perspective. So we identified one place in Kolkata. Basically, Shri Rampur is a place. So we went there. There is a big kind of brothel activity where they have the commercial sex workers and the large population. So we faced many challenges. Like first, they were not willing to come out of their area. they were having very much of busy schedules. They were working hours where they don't want to meet us. Again, the language barriers was there, and there were most important trust issues was there. They don't want to trust us. Why we are coming? Okay, we don't need your help. We don't want to interact. Why we'll allow you if you are not our client? And the space, like whatever space we visited that place, and whatever space they were providing was very small, and they were apprehensive what we will think, how they live, how we will behave. So these were the few challenges. So how, like, then what we did, we tried to identified few person from the community who can help us to set up some establishment, some rapport development with the population. So initially we started talk with them, and some after 2 3 days we were able to develop some um, rapport with them. And also we also ensure that whatever conditions, whatever localities, whatever is there, that is fine, we are absolutely fine. So we were not trying to make them accustomed to ourselves, but we acclimatize ourselves to their behavioral, their food, their conditions. So we went there, we had tea, we had food, we were sitting with them on the floor, so they also got comfortable eventually. And then there we also ensure like their participants observation on that part. And it is not like we were just telling them, okay, this is why we are here, we want this from you, but it is also the other way around. We were also listening their problem, we will try to solve their problem. So flexibility of patients, compensations, incentives, something, peer educations, and the building trust, and the safe environment and space, we try to ensure all these things. So by that, all these things, we were able to get their interviews. We had a qualitative research on that. We had multiple IDIs, FCDs, and KIIs. So ultimately, we were able to have discussion, understand their problem related to basically Mpox stigma in high risk population. The third, recently we completed zero survey of Mpox infection among high risk population. As you know, Mpox has been declared second time is a public health emergency of international concern, and India has been reported with a clade 1B type, which is only the third country India has reported. So we also wanted to understand what is the actually before these outbreaks in India, never Mpox has been identified. So we wanted to see, okay, this is the first time which we are encountering, or there are things which are.
Dr. Agarwal, I am feeling bad interrupting you, but there are 3 more minutes.
Yes. It's just last slide. So just we were on that part. So we were trying to estimate what is the seroprevalence. So actually, this seroprevalence was planned by us, but actually it was done by the grassroots level workers, and these grassroots level was nothing more but the population from the person from the CBOs, and most of the time they were transgender and MSM people. So they had the camp, they did the sentinel survey and hospital based survey, and we ensure the inclusivity of their and to understand their role. And as a stakeholder, we were in the back seat, but they were on the forefront. So basically, when we plan any research, and it has a team of experts as a public health expert, psychologist, anthropologist, biotechnologist, and microbiologist. So all these are part of our team whenever we are planning, because if you want to make it more perspective, more comprehensive, so it is important. So public health is not just a one area; it is amalgamation of many other areas. The anthropology plays very important. So very last slide of my presentation. So what we learn and what we are using. So community participation, rapport establishment, freedom of participants, grassroots level workers involvement, inclusivity of community members, trust understanding, community mobilization, participants observations, culture acclimatization, amic and ethic perspectives, language barriers, privacy and dignity. So these are the very important aspects. So these we can consider whenever we are trying to approach outreach activity as a part of community to set up any public health intervention or any perspective. So that will definitely help us to make our things more impactful. So thank you for patient listening as the time was allotted. I hope
Extremely
I
sorry,
was in
Dr.
time.
Subhita Gopal, but we have some time constraints. So thank you very
No,
much.
it's absolutely fine. I completed. Thank you.
Effective, and your deliberations help us to understand how to reach the inaccessible areas by using the technology. So it is very important for us in the context of public health and wellness. Now, Dr. Nishant Saxena, I would like to request Dr. Dhal to.
I welcome Dr. Nishant Saxena for the lecture. He is Scientist C at the ICMR National Institute of Research in Tribal Health and the Department of Health Research in Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in Jabalpur. He is a distinguished cultural anthropologist with a specialization in cognitive anthropology. With over 9 years of research experience, he has worked extensively with various tribal communities across India. Dr. सक्सेना's primary focus lies in the field of ethnomedicine, and he is dedicated to translating indigenous knowledge into practical applications for the public health system. His work bridges traditional tribal healing practice with modern healthcare approaches aiming to improve public health outcomes. So I welcome you, Dr. Nishant Saxena, for the talk on tribes of India. And I request you to stick on time. There will be 15 minutes for invited lecture.
Thank you so much. Just share the screen. So before we begin, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference and also the chair and co-chair for this opportunity to present some of our work which my institute has been doing since past 40 years among the tribal groups of India. So I think we'll take one more minute. Yeah. So whenever we are going to a different culture, actually, this session is basically focusing on public health as well as outreach. So I thought, why not? I should be telling a bit about the kind of work which we are doing for reaching to the tribal population of India. Because the institute, I am working in the ICMR, and my institute works exclusively for tribal health. So as we all know, and the basic idea of this talk today was our paper, which we published in the Lancet in 2022, which talked about self-reliant tribal health. So I thought it will be a good idea to correlate both these things and present it today. As we all know, India has a very diverse population ethnically, and the tribes make a very important component of it. Specifically, if you look at the distribution of tribal population, they are in the northeast part of India, as well as in central India and in the western India. That is where they are located, and that is where different diseases are also located. So if we look at, for example, the problem of malaria, as you can see in this diagram, it is from northeast to the central part of India. Most of the malaria is there. So even though the tribes are only about 8 to 9% of the Indian population, when we look at the malaria cases, they make up more than 60%. Likewise, when we look at the tuberculosis problem in India, on an average, about 250 people in 1 lakh, they get tuberculosis. But if you look at the tribal population, the figure jumps to 720 or 30. So there is a threefold increase there. Similarly, there is issues of hemoglobinopathies like sickle cell, thalassemia among the tribal groups. And also, we are seeing that a lot of NCDs are coming up. The problem of hypertension, the cardiovascular disease, as well as there are issues of animal bites like snake bite, dog bite, etc., which are more in the tribal areas of India. But what is important is that in spite of the tribes getting so much of kind of focus from the government for uplifting them for their development, even a lot is being done on the health front also. Still, we find that the tribes are not that healthy as compared to the non-tribal counterparts. And in the present era of health for all, that is universal health coverage, still the health facilities are not that much reachable to the tribal people. So there is certainly a problem of delivery of healthcare services, as well as there is also the issue of healthcare seeking behavior. That is, when we go to the tribal population, then we find that they are not willing to share their own problems, and at the same time, the solutions which we are providing, they are not very much happy with those solutions. Often the cultural barriers are there for accessing the solutions and ameliorating the problem. So we thought that it is important to work on the communication front. And the way in which the public health is structured in India, so there is always a demand and supply gap. The demand side is the community side, which has its own issues, which has its own like particular nuances, and the supply side is the health sector, which is not able to cope up. And what we are finding is that still in India, among the tribal population, about 16 to 43% of the population is not going to the public health institutions. They are rather going to the traditional healers which are in their community, and they are getting the health services from there. And these are some of the problems which the tribes in general are facing. That is the issues of connectivity. Education is one of the issues. Alcohol, substance abuse, economic conditions are poor there. And there are some other socio-cultural behavioral impediments which are actually leading to poor health delivery and poor health outcomes in the tribal population. At the same time, the tribes are also depending upon their own traditional systems, of which the traditional healer is a very key factor. Their own healer, which like in many of the communities in Madhya Pradesh, they call it Dunia or the Jankar, उस पे वो बहुत ज्यादा निर्भर करते हैं. They are dependent heavily on that person. And the government is not having faith that they are recognizing the tribal healer. So there is a gap over there also. We have written on such issues also. But the question is how we can bridge the gap, how we can bring the two together, the tribes as well as the modern system, the healthcare system together. So one of the aspects is to communicate, to develop new modalities of communication and trying to understand the perspective of the tribals and also bringing them on board when we are offering them solutions. So science communication is nothing new in India. Even in one of the CSIR institutes, the National Institute of Science Communication Policy, that has been there, and they are publishing like journals like Vigyan Pragati and all that. And then there is the science of health communication also. But the whole idea is that whenever we are communicating, it is a two-way process where somebody is giving a message, the other person is receiving the message and decoding or encoding it, and then doing something, taking an action or giving the feedback back to the source. Now, and then there are different kinds of noises possible in the whole ecosystem, and culture is one of the noises, especially the language barriers are there. So, for effective health communication to take place, all these different components need to be right and coming together. But the question is and I think when we are teaching in anthropology, we should teach a bit of communication also, because when you are looking at different kinds of target audiences, the communication needs to be different. Because when you are talking to a policy maker, so suppose there is an issue of health, you cannot speak in the same way to a policy maker and to the scientific fraternity and to the community. So we need different modalities to reach to different sections of the people, and that is how things have been done. But when it comes to reaching the tribal population, we are nowadays using the concept of ACSF, that is advocacy, communication and social mobilization, where we are trying to move or communicate with the health system also, the community also, and also trying to use some innovative methods to reach to the tribal population and bring about some behavioral changes in the community. So I will just present very briefly two examples. One was the malaria project which we did in the Baga tribe, and we used different kind of IEC activities, that is information, education, communication activities, both based in using the camp approach as well as home to home or door to door approach. And what we find was that there was a significant improvement in the malaria outcomes in the community. So people who were previously going more to the healers, they are now many of them. Say for example, in this graph, you can see from 5.3% to 29% of them started going to the public health for getting the health service. And at the same time, if you look at the kind of, I have not presented that the other graph, the kind of awareness which people generated about malaria, that was consistent for a long period of time. So there is sustainability also in the awareness if you are using right kind of tools. Secondly, we also did another flagship project which is known as Malaria Elimination Demonstration Project, where we showed that by using the communication tools, we can reduce the indigenous malaria in any area up to 92%. So which means initially if only 100, if suppose there were 100 cases, now we have reduced that to only 8 cases in an year. And that in that component, in that activity, in that research project, the main idea was using different kinds of awareness tools like calendars, the T4 booth we used. We also used the flip book and etc. to reach out to the tribal population, and also used the community members, especially the school children, as agents of change to send the messages and bring about positive change and positive outcomes. And what we are planning to do, this is one of the projects which I am doing currently. So often we are going to the tribal population and telling that they are using different jadi booty to treat different diseases. But what after that? So we thought, why not try to connect the healer with the public health system so that they also get recognition, and in that process we also build faith with the community. So this is a project which we have started this year only, which has received funding from ICMR, and the idea is to provide incentive to the healer whenever he is cooperating with us, and slowly in the process we plan to integrate him with the local public health system. So he will be getting recognition, and at the same time we also plan to teach their own community members their own traditional knowledge. So that is how we think it will be sustainable also. The second project which we are also working upon is known as social vaccine. So we have all heard about vaccination, but there is also the issue of, like, we are always doing some program, and when the program goes away, suddenly the outcome numbers fall. So the idea here is that as we are giving people vaccination, we should be socially inoculating them. We should be giving social antibodies to the community, to the family members about the good health practices, and also try to see that these practices sustain over a longer period of time. So this is a project for which we are also looking at for different collaborators, and we will be doing that in the Saharia community and in the Baga community. Now the question is, why I am talking all these things in a conference where we all anthropologists have gathered. So, but my understanding is that this is an area where anthropology as a subject and as a discipline, because of its socio-behavioral and socio-cultural and socio-biological underpinnings, we can make a lot of mark in this domain of work, where not much work has been done by anthropologists, and we can take, like, we can collaborate with other disciplines and make a headway. And I also think that there are certain anthropological theories which have been there, like for example, the explanatory model of illness and other things which are there, which help, which have, I mean, we as anthropologists have been taught how to communicate with people. The question is that how we can make the communication happen in such a way so that the behavior also changes and there is a positive outcome as far as health is concerned. So with these words, I would just like to finish my talk, and I thank the organizers, my team members, and the project funding agencies for giving me this opportunity, and I will be happy to take any questions if any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Nishant Saxena. I know Dr. Saxena through online, through the social media, but I know he is brilliant and he is doing excellent job in the communication skill and other tribal health areas. We can take one question from the audience if they have. Because it is invited speaker speech, there is no permission to question, but we have the opportunity. Otherwise, we can chat after that. So let us start with the presentation. No, after the whole session. Okay.
Yeah, just
so
start with the online with the presentation. Yeah, I would now like to request Dr. Suman and Dr. Meenal to kindly felicitate Dr. Nishant Saxena. Thank you very much. We may proceed with the section.
Now, let us start with the online presentations. As I said that keep it within 5 minutes, 4 minutes, better. First, I would like to request Ms. Dipshika Jha. Ms. Dipshika Jha.
Just wanted to let you know that in our projects, there are about 6 positions vacant as of now. So if any of the students or any of other people, they are interested, they can reach out to us. So we will be very happy to have them on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is prevalence of vitamin D deficiency and obesity among the Mathil Brahmins of Kamrup Metropolitan of Guwahati, Assam. Vitamin D deficiency and obesity are 2 significant public health concerns globally, and India has not remained. My objective is to determine the prevalence of vitamin D deficiency and obesity among the adult Mathils of Kamrup Metropolitan, Assam, to assess whether there is any gender variation in the frequency of the prevalence of vitamin D deficiency and obesity among the population, to find out if there is any association between the vitamin D deficiency and obesity. A total of 225 participants were taken for the study, 110 male and 115 females were taken for the study. Population was adult Mathil Brahmins of the Kamrup Metropolitan. The age group was 30 to 59 years, and non-random sampling technique was used. Exclusion criteria: those with chronic disease, pregnant women, and those who do not provide their consent. For the assessment of obesity, 3 classifications were taken: body fat percentage, body mass index, waist hip ratio. And for vitamin D, to assess vitamin D, certified, I took the help of certified laboratory with the permission of Ethical Committee of Guwahati University. Okay. So, findings: a high percentage of deficiency is found in both the male 70.5% and female 76.82%. Again, in the insufficient category, the percentage is quite low, 28.2% in male and 23.2% in female. Again, based on the BMI classification. Further, when both the genders were compared, female was found to be more deficient. However, based on the BMI classification, 46.4% of vitamin D of male and 51.1% female fall under the obese category. Again, moderate percentage of male 33% and 25% of females were in the normal category. Underweight and overweight category, there is not much participants. On further evaluation, it was found that 59.8% male and 76.4% obese female fall under the vitamin D deficient category. Again, 40.2% male and only 23.6% of obese female fall under insufficient category. There were no participants under vitamin D sufficient category. Again, based on waist hip ratio classification, again more female were under obese category, but even male members was about 52.7%, was about 50%. So again,
conclude.
Again, when correlation was performed among body mass index, waist hip ratio, body fat percentage, and vitamin D level, both body mass index and waist hip ratio was found to be negatively correlated with the vitamin D level among the male participants. However, their relationship was not statistically significant. On the other hand, body fat percentage was not correlated with the vitamin D level among male. Among female participants, all 3 variables were found to be negatively correlated with the vitamin D level. However, interestingly, the correlation of vitamin D and body fat percentage found to be statistically significant. This study reveals alarmingly high levels of vitamin D deficiency among the adult male Brahmins of Kamrup Metropolitan. Prevalence of both vitamin D deficiency and obesity is higher in female compared to male participants. Interestingly, vitamin D deficiency is higher in obese individuals, especially females, 76.4% compared to male, 59.8%.
Thank you.
Again, in both genders, BMI and waist hip ratio show negative correlations with vitamin D levels, and only a small percentage of obese individuals fall under the insufficient vitamin D category, with none found in the sufficient category. This concludes that there may be possible association between obesity and vitamin D level of an individual. However, other mechanisms cannot completely be excluded as a cause of vitamin D deficiency.
Thank you very much. So, if you have question, then at the end of the session we can take it. If you have done. So, let me request Miss Akanksha Dubey. Last, after last. Okay, fine. So now Prabhanur Saini.
Hello. I don't think so. The title of my presentation today is Impact of Socio-Economic Status on Asthma Among Khasi Community of Meghalaya in India. I'll be telling briefly about my objective. This paper aims to understand the impact of socio-economic status on asthma among adolescent and adult Khasis in Meghalaya. I'll move to materials and methods. The study design used in this study is case control. The study population is 501 cases and controls, including adolescents and adults aged 10 to 70 years of the Khasi population. The eligibility criteria of cases and controls are as follows. For cases, clinically diagnosed asthma patients in the age group of 10 to 70 years, individuals who were diagnosed with asthma by a certified pulmonologist, no history or concomitant respiratory infection or any severe health issue, and no pregnant or lactating mothers. For controls, the individuals who did not have any symptoms suggestive of asthma, or they do not have any diagnosis of asthma in their lifetime, no concomitant respiratory infection or any severe health issues, no pregnant or lactating mothers. For SES, the SES was graded by the modified Kuppuswamy scale 2023, modified to reflect changes in the Indian economy. Socioeconomic status is evaluated by considering a family's income, level of education, occupation, and head of the family, which was selected with the help of the interview schedule. Data analysis: data was entered in Microsoft Excel and analyzed by using the IBM statistical package for social sciences. Study variables were described using frequencies and proportions. Chi-square test was used to test for association between socioeconomic status with asthma. For results, Table 1 represents the socioeconomic status, indicating a statistically significant association with asthma. The lower middle class has a high representation in both cases and controls. The upper lower class has the highest proportion of cases but a lower proportion of controls. As the socioeconomic class decreases from upper middle to upper lower, the presentation of asthma cases tends to increase. The educational status indicates a statistically significant association with asthma. The lower education levels, primary school certificate, were associated with a higher proportion of cases, while higher education levels were associated with a lower proportion of cases. The occupational status indicates a strong and statistically significant association with asthma. Among cases, unemployed individuals and housewives had higher proportions compared to controls. Laborers or farmers also showed a higher proportion of cases compared to controls, while students showed a relatively balanced distribution with 43.8% cases and 48.4% controls. I'll move to discussion now. The present study reported most of the cases belong to upper lower socioeconomic family, while a study among Northeast Indians by Decca et al. Reported 46.7% of cases belong to lower socioeconomic family, and a study by Johnson in Bangalore, South India, showed 58.06% of cases belong to the upper or upper middle socioeconomic group. The results of socioeconomic status in the present study showed that socioeconomic was associated with asthma, which was not supported by Johnson et al. in their study in 2023. According to a study by Hedlund et al. In 2006, adolescents and adults from upper lower socioeconomic status are at more risk of asthma, while in the present study, individuals from upper lower socioeconomic status reduce asthma. Conclusion: the present study found that the individuals from lower socioeconomic classes are at a higher risk of asthma, highlighting the importance of addressing socioeconomic factors in asthma prevention and management. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. And if you have any question, so we can put one question for her. Otherwise, we can proceed further, right? Thank you. Now, yes. Now, I would like to request Miss Pashupulati Pratima. Yeah. Eight or nine or what you think so, but no. I don't know whether in the meanwhile they have joined or not. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Title of my presentation is Impact of Depression Among Koya Tribe of Bhadradri Kottagudem District of Telangana, India. Background. Antenatal depression is a significant public health concern affecting 10 to 20% of pregnant women globally with higher rates in developing nations. In India, socioeconomic factors, healthcare access, and cultural beliefs contribute to a varied prevalence, particularly among vulnerable populations like tribal communities. Tribal women, including the Koya tribe in Telangana, face unique challenges due to socioeconomic disadvantages and limited healthcare access. This study aims to assess the prevalence of depression among Koya tribal women in Bhadradri Kottagudem district of Telangana, India during pregnancy and postpartum, highlighting the need for tailored mental health interventions to improve the maternal health and fetal outcomes. Method and design. This cross-sectional study was conducted in Bhadradri Kottagudem district, Telangana to assess the prevalence of depression among 271 Koya tribal women aged 15 to 49 years during antenatal and postnatal periods. For antenatal, the sample size is 130 and postnatal is 141. Participants were selected using systematic random sampling with antenatal data collected from health centers and postnatal data from communities within the district. The Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale was used to screen for depression symptoms. Socioeconomic status was assessed using the modified Kupusomi scale. Data analysis was performed using SPSS. Results for antenatal care participants. Among the age group, a significant association was found between age and depression levels, with the highest normal scores in 15 to 19 age group and highest mild and moderate depression in the 30 and above age group. When we see marital status of the participants showed no significant association with depression, though married participants had the highest score for normal, mild, and moderate depression. And in education, there is no significant association found. The primary school certificate group had the highest normal and moderate depression. And in occupation, agricultural group had the highest normal score, while the housewife had the highest mild and moderate depression. In income, terms of income, upper lower had the highest normal and mild depression scores. For family types, nuclear families showed higher depression levels. When we see obstetric risk factors, there is a significant association found between stillbirth and depression. Participants with no history of stillbirth had highest normal and mild depression scores, while those with history of stillbirth had lower well-being. Participants with no history of miscarriages, abortions, or neonatal deaths had higher normal and mild depression scores compared to those.
So we are not audible. Excuse me, sir, we can't hear anything. So we are not audible.
Very, very interesting among Khasi conversation. But I'm very curious to know about the age group you have taken. That is 70 years. And you have taken education, occupation. So how is justify the age group and occupation associated with social economics?
My main objective is to understand that is what is the socio-economic status in every age group, like it's adults, adolescents, middle age, and every category. It's going to help me clarify my study as well, because if I take any one age group, there is no how can I say this, but
You didn't make the groups. You just
yes, it's the whole yes, ma'am. But I am
तहसीली F3 में आया बड़ा वक्त है हो गया सब बंद हो गया
study data. I understand that.
Bifurcate the age group, because otherwise it will not give you the accurate or good result, because 10-year-old is not at the
Yes.
higher education.
Ma'am, understood.
So
Yes,
that is
ma'am.
the one
Ma'am,
observation.
Ma'am, Dr. Mungrafi always tells me to bifurcate it, but just for this presentation, I'm bifurcating in my study. I'm a research scholar, so I have my PhD. But for this presentation, I just kept it little short because we were like having just 5 minutes. So that's why. But next time I'll 100% take your suggestion, ma'am. Thank you so much.
And Miss Pratima.
Yes.
Okay.
Ready.
We are ready.
Let me check. Please give me the. Let me check one. Check once how many person joined. यहाँ दिखेगा ना? यहाँ से बोलेंगे? Okay. So let me check how many person join in online. Dr. Ujjwala Gupta, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Shibani Ghosh.
Yes, sir, I'm there.
Okay. And Midhu Hazar there. Kriti Sharma there. Vriganko Dolui.
yes present sir
Vriganko Dolui.
yes sir present sir
Okay, okay. Fine. Rohit Rai. Rohit Rai. Pratibha Pal. Pavitra Pal. Pavitra, are you there?
yes sir I'm here
Okay, fine. Miss Sohini Ghosh. Sohini Ghosh. Okay. Let us start with Dr. Ujjwala Gupta. Now, you only have the 5 minutes. So within that time, we have to complete it.
Yes. I hope my
Please
presentation.
start, please.
Okay. Is my presentation being seen? Is my presentation seen on the screen?
visible.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. I am presenting my research, which I did, and it titled Value of Children and its Influence on Fertility Behavior. I studied among 3 tribes of Jharkhand. So, to introduce a quick introduction to my research study, we all understand that parental perception for children is a very important motivational factor for the reproductive decision making and achieving the family size goals. And the reasons behind every child is very complex, and it is more and it involves a lot of socio psychological motivating factors. So this study actually comprehends uh, personal attitudes and values associated with selecting marriage, contraception, retention, and abortion of pregnancy. So the objective of the study was to comprehend the meaning of children for parents in a marriage and family life. So a small sketch of method. The study is based on the conceptual model of value of children,
which is a VOC model, and that reflects the complexity of the social system in defining their reproductive goals. It was a study, it was a mixed method of a study, and it was done on the three tribes of Jharkhand, which was Ho, Chero, and Korwa. The important findings I have just summed up. Like people make a decision for having additional children or not having children. Wanting the children or value of children was understood in terms of want or not want of children. So they made that decision not just only on the emotional drive, but they also used some rationalization. So, depending on their current socio-economic situation as well as cultural situation and their future aspirations. So and also the fertility value of children differed at every parity, and that also depended on the preference of a specific gender, their life situations, and the future aspirations, expectations from their children. Aspirations for having children differed across the two generations, and attaining the desired reproductive outcome, it also remained never straightforward for women because it was a complex issue, and it always depended on the future expectations from children which parents had, then demands for the current family situation and the previous birth patterns. Some children die at a very young age or like that, so parents always remain prepared to have one additional child. So, and another important finding was the always remained uncertainty of retaining or aborting the pregnancy, and it was seen quite wide across amongst all the tribes. So, I will conclude my research in terms of there was heterogeneity in the fertility values across the different tribal, across the different ethnic communities of Jharkhand. It was the way they looked, the valued their children was different, and depending on their how they are valuing their children, they 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 designed their own reproductive or had their own reproductive intentions. And lastly, it gives a direct impact on the policy implications that we cannot like generalize the family planning across the population. Rather, we should see it with respect to the community we are addressing to, and also certain in-depth research, qualitative research is expected from this. Was is expected in this direction. So I just made a very quick.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ujjwala Gupta, for your timely presentations. Now I would like to request Dr. Ms. Shivani Ghosh. Ms. Shivani Ghosh, please start.
Yes, sir, present. Sir.
Yes, please start.
Sir, I'm not able to share my screen.
1 minute.
Okay,
yes,
so
yes. It is visible. It is visible. You can start now.
So, my topic is dual diagnosis, a narrative analysis of recovery in de-addiction center. So, this was part of my MPhil study. Though I mostly worked on comorbidities, but this thing focused mostly on mental disorder and at the same time, alcohol use disorder. So, now I would like to explain some of the main things like dual diagnosis. Dual diagnosis is something where a person is affected from two diseases at the same time. That could be some kind of a mental disorder and also like a substance use disorder. So objectives of my study is to understand the process of recovery and relapse of a person affected from alcohol use disorder in a de-addiction center. So there has been seen that it is a co-occurring and cyclic nature of relapsing from the same disease again and again, as most of the participants has been affected from alcohol use disorder from like 4 to 5 years. So methodology was like I chose one de-addiction center. It was a private center. So I was able to collect data about their private, like personal life more easily, as they have been admitted through some NGO, or like they have self-admitted themselves. Other than that, like why they admitted themselves, because they found more relief and like understood in the addiction center more than in their own like familiar environment. And but there was also some negative points of that, that the primary caretaker who were like nurses and other like manager of the addiction center, they were not properly trained to understand all these. So if it got like non-bearable pain for them, like in withdrawal symptom, they have to cope through isolation or some kind of elevation to go through the pain. Now, to understand like the traditional way of understanding the substance and the legal status in India, because a lot of substance which we use have been used throughout the history of human civilization, like betel nut, tobacco, alcohol. These are very prevalent substance, and like now some of these have like legal regulation, which we know through Article 47 of Indian Constitution, that in some states alcohol is banned. Still, it is very prevalent among the people. So for understanding the addiction in a societal perspective and also for an individual, we have three models which were progressively like getting updated through more psychological study and sociological study. First model is moral model, where people used to think that because of moral failure, someone is becoming addicted. Again, the social choice model is a successor of moral model, where choice model believes that addict behaviors are voluntary and recovery is matter of willpower and personal responsibility. It is the same time where alcohol anonymous came out, where people started to choose beliefs and faith, like religious faith, as a way of recovery. While now in contemporary time, brain disease model is coming up, which is a bigger thing of dual diagnosis. So it focuses on the chemical reaction of brain and how like it changes our way of like dopamine and other kind of behavior. So the main focus of this study was how they recovered and what was the association of family in that. So where it was seen that where the family was more present and like taking care of them, they were less inclined to relapse. While on the other hand, when the family was absent or some kind of rejected from the family, they were falling in relapse again and again after in a period of 6 months time or so. So I will conclude my study here. So prevalence of alcohol use disorder is a bit hard to find because there's a like lack of data, while like keeping it more associated with other morbidities. Though we have good data in NFHS, but I think they lack some kind of a structure in that. Also, the socioeconomic thing is changing, because prior we used to think that only low income grade and higher income grade people are like falling to this. But now middle class and service industry people are also falling prey to this. And the other thing, that non-government organization and the addiction center, they could be more inclined to make people aware of these treatment models. And I think other than that, right kind of information is very important for breaking the cycle of relapse and recovery. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And next, I would like to request Mridhu Pawan Hajarika.
Yes, sir, present.
Yes. Kindly share your PPT and start.
Yes, sir. Please confirm, am I audible and is my presentation visible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, namaskar, good evening to each and everyone present in this session, respected chairpersons, professors, seniors, and my fellow presenters. My name is Mridhu Hazarika, speaking from Dibrugarh, Assam. The title of my study is the study on etiologies of oral cancer among individuals residing in Lakhimpur district of Assam, India. As we all know, oral cancer is the 11th most common cancer in the world. The aim of this paper is to investigate the causes of oral cancer among the residents of Lakhimpur district of Assam. The objectives are, firstly, to find out the type of oral cancer present in Lakhimpur district, and secondly, to assess the demographic data from the village-based study and the hospital-based study, and thirdly, to explore the risk factor of additive substances, and fourthly, to assess the arsenic content in both groundwater and drinking water in the 3 selected villages, and fifthly, to measure and analyze electromagnetic frequency exposure level in the 3 selected villages. The study was conducted in 2 phases: hospital-based study and village-based study. Hospital-based study was carried out in Lakhimpur Cancer Care, a unit of Assam Cancer Care Foundation. The sample size is of about 100. Interview schedule method was followed while collecting the data. And in the village-based study was conducted in 3 villages, that is Holal village, Khaga Kanakpur and Khaga Magurmari. Semi-structured type of interview was followed while collecting the data. Total number of household samples from the 3 selected villages is about 156. And regarding the findings of hospital-based data, it is evident that 55% are males and 45% are females. Age of the patient ranges from 26 to 85 years. 62% are general Assamese community and 32% are 8 plus. And 42% of the males are farmers and 44% of the females are homemakers. 37% male has smoking history and 45% female has no smoking history. Also, 55% males and 45% female has smokeless tobacco history, and 42% males has alcohol consumption history, and 45% female has do not consume any alcohol. They have no history of alcohol consumption, and 55% males and 43% females consume erica nut and betel leaf on a daily basis. Regarding the type of oral cancer, in the hospital-based data, it was found that 13% male has buccal mucosa cancer, followed by 11% male has esophageal cancer, and 17% female has esophageal cancer, followed by 12% female has buccal mucosa cancer. Regarding the demographic and behavioral pattern of the 3 selected villages, it was found that smoking history, smokeless tobacco history, alcohol consumption, and erica nut and betel leaf consumption, they consume on a daily basis. And from in one village, it was in Holal village, it was found 12 number of cancer patients, out of which 6 are males and 6 are females. Regarding the arsenic content, arsenic parameter from the 3 selected villages, it was both drinking water and groundwater is tested for arsenic. It was found that in one village, it was found above desirable limit, the arsenic content, that is 0.01 milligram per liter as set by the World Health Organization. Similarly, drinking water was tested in the same village, it was found below desirable limit. Similarly, in the other 2 villages, that is Khaga Kanakpur and Khaga Magurmari, it was both the drinking water and the groundwater was found to be below desirable limit. Regarding the radio frequency exposure level from the cell phone towers in the 3 villages, I have done an RTI on 29/1/2024. Department of Telecommunication, Government of India has revealed data that electromagnetic exposure level from the cell phone tower is within the desirable limit. Regarding the discussion, it can be said that buccal mucosa is the commonest site involved in cancer. Male has the highest number of cancer patients. Yeah.
You can conclude.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, sure. Last one. They are active smokers and alcohol. They consume alcohol on a daily basis, and arsenic level, it was found to be above desirable limit. Regarding the radio frequency exposure level, it was found to be below desirable limit. But from the research paper on micronuclear analysis, it was found that if a person is in constant exposure of radio frequency wave from the cell phone tower, in one or the other generation, he may get cancer. In conclusion, it can be said that not only one factor involved in causing cancer, there are multiple dimensions, multiple factors that may cause cancer. Obviously, there is a factor of population variation that take into place, and various preventive measures should be taken into consideration. And lastly, sir, the limitation of this study, it is a time-bound study, as it was my MSc dissertation study. For a stronger interpretation, larger sample size is needed to assess. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Now, I'd like to request Kriti Sharma.
Sure, sir, I'm going to share my PPT.
Yeah, you can share your slide.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes. You can go to the full presentations, no? Full slide presentation modes. Right.
Okay, so
Yes.
The
Within
title
5
of my
minutes, no?
study is public. Can I start, sir?
Yes, you should start.
So
Yeah.
the title of my study is Public Health Perspective, Unveiling the Socio-Demographic Landscape and Nutritional Well-being of Fatigue Women in Northeast Delhi. So dietary intake patterns significantly impact human health. Malnutrition remains a critical global issue requiring comprehensive and ongoing intervention efforts. Approximately 1/3 of the population faces some form of malnutrition, including underweight, overweight, and obesity. Proper nutrition is essential for individual health, particularly among women, emphasizing the importance of addressing nutritional needs effectively. The nutritional status serves as an indicator of comprehensive well-being of a population, ensuring the adequate nutritional status of a woman is crucial for their own good health and enhanced work capacity as well as for the well-being of their offspring. A cross-sectional sectional investigation was carried out within the Khatik community of Northeast Delhi. The data was for the present study was collected from 400 married Khatik scheduled caste group women, which is 15 to 45 years of age. Data was collected using structured interview schedule, which had the following factors such as demographic and socioeconomic information, dietary pattern, anthropometric measurements. All the questions in the interview schedule were selected using various research papers. The data were input in the MS Office, and statistical analysis were performed using SPSS version 23.2. So there is no association between education and occupational category of the women with the BMI was found. The p-value of 0.252 that the observed difference in BMI distribution among economic status group were not statistically significant, but it can also be seen that respondents from upper lower middle class families were found to be more overweight compared to those belongs to lower and lower middle class families. Age at marriage and the first conception not found to be statistically significant. Overweight and obese women have more number of live births as compared to underweight and normal weight women. Similarly, overweight and obese respondent having more number of conception as compared to women with normal weight and underweight. So overweight and obese women had higher median number of full meals compared to both normal weight and underweight. Similarly, underweight individuals had lower median consumption of milk product compared to other BMI categories. Additionally, overweight and normal weight women exhibit a higher frequency of consuming fruits. So the outcome of this research bears significance in the realm of promoting nutritional wellness among women in India, offering valuable insight to customize nutritional counseling and intervention for both individual and community context. The current study illustrates the escalating rates of overweight and obesity among Khatik women in Delhi. Key determinants such as advancing age, higher educational attainment, urban living, and elevated economic status emerge as a significant factor contributing to the prevalence of overweight and obesity among women in reproductive age group. These findings highlight noticeable disparities in the total number of live births conception among the women classified under different BMI categories. Specifically, underweight women demonstrate fewer live births and conception compared to their counterparts with normal or a higher BMI. So these are the references. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Priti. Now, Mriganko is there. Mriganko Doroi.
Yes, I am.
Yes, please start.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Mriganko Doli from Department of Geography, and I'm gonna talking about socioeconomic inequalities in children zero doses of the age of 12 to 23 months in India, using a decomposition method. Let's understand the rationale of the study. So, children's immunization or vaccination is the one of the most effective public health intervention in human civilization, which preventing the children mortality as well as the children morbidity. An extended program on immunization was launched by the WHO in 1974.
Please.
Sorry, sir?
Objective of the study. We'll start.
Okay, just a little bit, few lines. It has started in 1974 and has served nearly 150 million children's life. Despite of this advancement and technological enhancement, significant disparities in vaccination still persist in the LMICs, where in 2022, 14 million children missed their first DPT dose, which is classified as the zero doses children, as stated by the WHO. And in Indian perspective, where nearly 7% of the children zero doses is still remains, and a significant inequalities exist due to the socioeconomic and demographic factors. So the objective of the study was to measure the magnitude of the socioeconomic gap of the zero doses and identify the factors that contributing to this inequality. So for this study, we have used the NFHS 5 data, and our sample size was 41,132 children aged 12 to 23 months. And we have considered the binary outcome variable as a zero doses, yes and no, and several demographic and socioeconomic characteristics we have considered as the independent variables. For the statistical measures, we have used descriptive statistics along with the cross tabulations and chi-square test, and further we have used the decomposition analysis with the help of the Wigstub concentration curve and as well as the concentration index. So these figures shows the prevalence of the zero doses children across different demographic and socioeconomic characteristics, where we can see that the children from 20 to 23 months, those who born at home and those mothers have never visited to the ANC, and those children who belongs to the scheduled tribes were more vulnerable in terms of the zero doses. Similarly, the children's mothers or maternal educations, those mothers have no education or the lower level of educations and belongs to the poorer to poorest wealth status. Among them also, the prevalence of the zero doses was very higher. If you look this graph, this shows the prevalence differences or prevalence inequality in terms of the zero doses, where we can see the higher prevalence of zero doses to be found in poorest and poorer wealth status children, as well as the children's those mothers have no education as well as the primary education. There also the zero doses was very vulnerable, and this bar graph showing the relative prevalence differences in terms of the zero doses. So these figures shows the concentration curve of wealth and education based inequality in zero doses among children's 12 to 23 months, where children from poorer households and mothers with lower level of education are more likely to have zero doser, as indicated by the negative concentration value, and it signifies that a pro-poor distribution of immunization still exists.
Hello. Mr. Doloi, are you there? Mr. Doloi, I think connection is lost. Anyway, already 5 minutes left, I think so. Yeah, you can call him. Thank you very much. This is the paper based on the immunization process, and hopefully, so I think he's lost. Okay. So next, Mr. Rohit Roy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please start.
You can start, Mr. Rohit.
And my PPT is visible or not?
Am I audible, Rohit? Please start.
Yes, yes. My PPT is visible or not, sir? It is visible. Okay.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
You are visible there.
Thank you so much for Thank you so much, organizers, for giving this opportunity. And very good evening, all the dignitaries who are present over here. I am Rohit Rai, a research scholar in the Department of Anthropology, Dr. Har Singh University. And I am going to present my research work on quality of life of PLHIV, people living with HIV/AIDS on antiretroviral therapy in Gazipur. Yes. Introduction. Whenever the word HIV/AIDS come into our mind, most of people think that it is in control in many countries. But if we assume that it is in control, then also this is the biggest cause of various psychosocial problems that leads to the poor quality of life. And these terms are not simple as we heard because यहाँ पे मैंने एक पद मिला था पेपर कोट किया है जिसके अकॉर्डिंग to 1988 to 2008 तक जो सुसाइडल टेंडेंसी इन रेट था वो 0.15 था जो कि 2011 to 12 में आकर के 0.47 हो गया and another one is according to WHO
I'm extremely sorry, kindly go to your objective, specific objective of the study and then proceed.
Research methodology. This is my objective of the study, to study the quality of life of PLHIV on antiretroviral therapy in Gazipur. This is location map and this is the inclusion criteria. I have selected only who are registered at ART center and they must be above 14 years and understand any one of the three languages or dialects. So there should not be any communication gap. After that, this is the cross-sectional survey which was conducted among 110 people living with HIV/AIDS out of 2,163 PLHIV who are registered at ART. And for the collection of data, I have used WHO Quality of Life Brief Scale, and this scale was administered to gather the data from the selected respondent. Okay. I have used purposive sampling for the collection of data. These are the domains which are considered in quality of life scale, in which physical health, psychological health, social relationship, and environmental. And this is the socio-demographic profile of the subject out of 110, in which I have taken 58 males and 52 females, and most of the respondents, most of the subject in my study between the age of 31 to 60, and majority of the subjects are having only 12th grade or having secondary education only, and 78.8% patients have married. After that, most of them are living in joint family, and the main one is occupational criteria. Around more than 85% of the subjects are working in unorganized sector. Typology and clinical situation of the PLHIV. The majority of the patients, around 80.90 patients, are infected because of the heterosexual mode of infection, followed by the mother to child and blood.
Sorry, Rohit, you have only 1 minute more.
Oh, okay, sir. This is the CD4 counts status. Most of the subjects are between second stage of HIV, mean of anthropometric measurements of the respondents. After that, domain score of overall domain score. अगर हम overall domain score देखें तो comparatively physical domain of a score is satisfactory, followed by the social and environmental. And gender wise score of scale, इसमें फीमेल का सोशल डोमेन स्कोर सबसे लोवेस्ट है इन कंपेरिजन टू द मेल्स. Domain score of PLHIV according to BMI, the people who are at good stage of BMI status, having good physical, psychological, social, and environmental domain, all domain score are good. Okay. mean abdomen score according to age conclusion. Okay. Majority of subjects were in reproductive age group and have low level of education. Heterosexual transmission 80%, 80.9% was the main mode of transmission of the infection. Majority of subjects, 46%, were in second stage of infection, and their CD4 count was also low. The social domain of the scale was comparatively low in female in all domains of the scale. The stage 3 PLHIV have poorer score in all domains, whereas with good CD4 count have good score in physical and psychological domains. The subject's family with low income have poorer quality of life in social and psychological domain, and positive correlation between BMI and quality of life indicates that we need attention toward improving the nutritional status of the PLHIV. And last one is females who were found to be more depressed than the males. The reason may be that when males depressed, they usually get support from their spouses and family, but in the case of females.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now Pavitra is there. Pavitra?
Yes, sir. I'm here,
yes.
Sir.
Yes, please start. Pavitra, what happened? Pavitra, are you hear me? Disconnect, okay. So so Shohini Ghosh are there? She was absent and the past when I call. Anyway, so last speaker, I think. So if Akanksha, are you ready? Okay, please come. So if Pavitra will join, then again we will. Please start.
Hello.
Pavitra, please wait for a while. In the meanwhile, Akanksha will give it. After that, you will get the chance. Yes, sure.
The title of my presentation is Assessment of Knowledge, Attitude and Practice Towards Beta Thalassemia Among Ahid Community in Delhi NCR. I would like to first tell that this is a part of ICMR project that is going on. So beta thalassemia is a very prevalent hereditary hemoglobin. Methodology? Methodology. The aim of my study or the objective of my study is to understand and assess the knowledge, attitude and practice of young adults of Ahid community towards beta thalassemia. Cross-section study was conducted amongst 152 young adults of Ahid community of the age group 18 to 30 years residing in Delhi NCR. A structured schedule was used for data collection and the objectives comprise of 4 sections with cumulative of total 40 questions. Questions aim to assess the participants' knowledge, attitude, both social practice and beliefs, and application pertaining to beta thalassemia. Socio-demographic variables also were used such as age, gender, caste, occupation, educational background were captured alongside additional parameters including cap towards thalassemia carriers and social beliefs. Subsequently, this descriptive statistics and correlation analysis was done to analyze the collected data. Now, all the 152 participants were there, out of which 69.7% were females and 30.3% were males. The average age of the participants was 19 years. All the participants were unmarried except just one person, and nearly 1/3 of them belonged to Delhi. Move on to this. Now, correlation analysis was performed, and it was found that beliefs such as thalassemia child is born due to parental sin, genetic defects in either parent, or that such a child will bring misery or bad luck to the family was tightly interconnected. Specifically, the belief in parental sin strongly correlates with perceived defects in the mother and the father. Now, this pattern extends to the broader implications of thalassemia on family well-being, where the notion of family being unlucky correlates highly with the stigma of the disease being a familial burden. Now, strong correlations were also found between discomfort with a neighbor and discomfort regarding marriage relations, as well as between living discomfort and marriage relations. It highlights that personal experiences and societal expectations concerning thalassemia significantly influence discomfort in both personal and family related scenarios. Okay. Now, the study highlighted the need for targeted public health strategies that go beyond education to resonate with Ahir community for better understanding and management of thalassemia. Increased awareness combined with strategic public health interventions could significantly reduce the health burden of thalassemia in this area.
Thank you, Akanksha Dubey. Thank you very much. So, Pavitra, are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm here, sir.
Okay. The last presenter of this session, you can share your slides right now.
Okay, sir. How to share the slide? I can't understand.
No. You can share your slides through Zoom sharing. This is Zoom, I think so.
You can see sharing screen on the screen. Just click on that.
Here I see the option share.
Yeah,
I enter into the share, and the options are.
You click the share, then you get the whole screen share, right? And you open your PPT and display it. This is the easiest way. I think so.
Okay, sir.
Otherwise, you can talk.
Yes, sir. Sir, I am audible, sir.
Okay, without slide, you can talk. Within 3 minutes, you can continue. Right? What's your title? Title of your paper?
Okay, sir. I'm just presenting my work on audio, sir, only. Okay, I'm Pavitra Pal from West Bengal, from the Department of Anthropology, West Bengal State University, and today I'm going to present my specific work, which is based on my PhD work and entitled Digit Length as a Determinant of Stature Among Bengali-Speaking Muslim Young Adults of North 24 Parganas, West Bengal, India, a Limited Predictive Approach. As we all know, the stature is a complex expression of genetics and environment. So this kind of study of predicting stature for medical legal perspective purposes or forensic anthropological purposes, forensic investigation purposes is highly population specific, and there is a role of the present study which basically concerns about the Bengali speaking Muslim young adult population of a part of West Bengal from this specific perspective. Okay, now I am going to my objectives, which I have set for my study. The foremost objective is to determine if bilateral and sexual asymmetry exists for each of the 5-digit lengths, to determine the bilateral correlation coefficient between the stature and all digit lengths of the study population, to calculate the multiplication factor from each digit length in order to estimate the stature of the study population, and the last one is to formulate the linear regression equations from each parameter as well as multiple regression equations from each set of parameters to estimate the stature. Now I am skipping my methodology section due to time constraints. I am directly jumping to my results section. The foremost table describes the sex-specific descriptive statistics of all anthropometric variables with the normality analysis which is present in the form of mean plus minus SD. and all the normality test analysis parameters are suggesting that all of the considered parameters are in normal distribution for their data in both the sex-specific groups, study groups. And the next table describes the sexual and bilateral asymmetry in respect of all the anthropometric variables, and all of the variables are showing there is a significant difference between the two sex-specific groups, and in terms of bilateral asymmetry, most of the variables are showing a positive and showing a significant difference. Okay, now I come to the next. Hello, sir.
You can conclude, no? You can
Okay,
conclude.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to my conclusion.
What visit length as determinant of stature? Have you got any sort of equation? Y is equal to mx plus c, like this?
Oh, okay, sir. I'm going to my conclusion.
Yeah.
This study concludes that separate attempts are needed for both the sexual group of the study population in this aspect. Stature can be determined through multiplication factors of all the digit lengths among both the groups. Individual digit length can determine stature with a very poor efficacy for both the sex-specific groups of the study population, and both of the bilateral sets of all 5 digit lengths have a poor impact on determining stature in both male and female groups. It suggests that all the digits cumulatively cannot better predict stature with greater reliability for any of the.
Thank you very much. That's right. So that is the last of this session. Thank you very much to all. There's a the different papers, different type of papers. I should apologize all the presenter for not giving the so much time. But thanks my co-chair, Dr. Thal. It is a great opportunity to share the similar decks. So thank you all, and specific thanks to the invited speaker, specifically two of them, Dr. Sumit Agarwal and Dr. Nikhil Saxena. Hope we will join again and we will cultivate the science and extend the anthropology to the greater extent. Thank you very much. If you have any statement.
Thank you very much. Please visit it for a while. Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair and Co-Chair, for chairing the sessions and then taking up all the responsibilities. So well, now I would like to request Professor Varun Mukhopadhyay to kindly come over the stage and felicitate our Chair and Co-Chair.
Hey, please click. Hey, push button. আজকের না কুড়ি 24 কত 23 21 বছর নিখিল বছর হতে চললো
নিখিল
Thank you.
With this, we have come to the end of the sessions today. So tomorrow we will have the second day. We will have all the 3 parallel sessions again at different slots. So we would like to welcome you all again for tomorrow's session. We are done with the sessions, but we have a high tea waiting now. I would like to request all of you to join for the high tea. Thank you.